Hey everybody, I hope this video finds you well. With a few months left on my totally bogus copyright strike on my main channel, TheMorgile, involving, yes, the Wicked Witch of the West melting. Yes, seriously. I've been forced to upload my longer videos and my live stream events to my secondary and tertiary channels, respectively. In the last couple of months, I was informed that I had been dodging an open invitation for a, quote, debate with several so-called globeheads or globbers or whatever you want to call them. Although the point when I learned of the debate was indeed when I learned that I had been allegedly dodging it. So I'm not sure how I could possibly dodge a debate that I'm not aware of, but at any rate, I don't mean anyone disrespect, and I'm not trying to toot my own horn. If there's one thing I really can't stand, it's a braggart. But I've found it nearly impossible to make videos, participate in shows, and now host my own show, do experiments, live events, respond to comments, keep in touch on Facebook, and yeah, of course, walk the dog, to the point to where I literally see cooking dinner as a major distraction that needs to be put off until some other convenient time, which never seems to occur. My point is, I must pick my battles, and I do the best that I can. Now, I recently apologized and will continue to apologize to anyone out there who might feel that I'm ignoring them, and I'm really sorry that I can't spend the amount of time I once did staying on top of emails and comments and such. However, unfortunately, I'm only one person. I don't have a personal secretary, and I feel my time is best spent making videos and participating in debates and doing live events, so I hope you understand that. Now, what you're about to see is obviously not going to be very pleasant, nor is it going to be a debate. However, I accepted this challenge immediately when I was aware of it, which goes to show that I was not dodging a challenge. I think it was at like 2 in the morning, my time, Eastern Standard Time. But I was not dodging a challenge to a debate that I was completely unaware of. And in fact, I jumped directly onto the opportunity as soon as I learned of it. Now, at any rate, the debate, and I use the term loosely, consisted of 3 rather adamant, ignorant, and I think about drunk, globeheads. Although one of them claims to have been an unbiased sort of advocate and in my favor for the duration of the chat, although it was very hard for me to distinguish one between the other because they were 3 people I had never met. So if that's the case, I do apologize to that third person, whomever you are. I think it was Upside Down Head Ted or whatever. Maybe I'm wrong. However, when I'm invited to a debate and immediately get attacked by 2 or 3 complete strangers, I typically have a pretty good sense of what is fair and balanced and what is a debate. And the total debacle I participated in a few weeks ago, probably going on a couple of months ago now, was even worse than the so-called debate that I did or participated in August of 2015 with Harvard astrophysicist Dr. Josh Grindley, who happened to be a member of numerous advisory boards to NASA, however proclaimed quite ironically that he couldn't understand how there was anybody making money from NASA or from the field of theoretical astrophysics, specifically those dealing with NASA, although he himself has worked on numerous advisory boards for NASA, and the NASA themselves got a budget increase for 2017 of about 12% for a total government handout of about $20 billion plus a projected unknown horde of private investments, which are, according to the State of the NASA address in 2016, projected to be 15 times more. Again, this is the private investments to NASA are projected to be 15 times more than the previous 15 years combined. Surely this has nothing to do with the predictive programming, big budget media companies convincing the gullible masses that they might one day walk on the surface of Mars, the little dot in the night sky. Anyway, back to the so-called debate, which is the feature of this video. I really hate to make response videos, and I've actually recently vowed not to. However, I really just had to do this one because I wanted to have a chance to make the points that I originally intended to make during this the debacle that I was invited to, which just so happened to coincide almost the very same 24-hour period with Tim Osmond and Cognitive Dissonance, and I'm not sure if they're the same person or not, but those two channels' immediate subsequent disappearance, which I honestly have no idea what that was about. I had nothing to do with that. But of course, both of the said channels, I believe, are now back up and running, although they were down for a good long while directly after this debate that you're about to see my sort of cut of in my dissertation of. Now, and I will try to keep it short. I know you guys don't like the long drawn out ones, but I am going to demonstrate the typical Globber tactic, which is to gang up on flat earthers because we are indeed the minority, stifle their chance to speak, mock them, or change the subject when any interesting or compelling point or proof is raised. So, without further ado, I will roll the debacle debate from several weeks ago involving myself, TheMorgile, versus Tim Osmond, Upside Down Head Ted, and Cognitive Dissonance, or there may have been somebody named Adam. I'm really not sure. I don't know any of these people. But who knows? I'll be interjecting as we go, of course, so I hope you enjoy and prepare to be amazed by the globe Earth logic and proof that we've all been waiting for, because everyone knows the Earth is a spinning globe, and us flat earthers are so stupid we don't even deserve a chance to make a point that happens to disprove the heliocentric model. But I will mention one final thing before we get the video rolling. One of the three opponents, and I use the term loosely here, later mentioned in the comment section of the video, of the very video I'm reviewing, and I'll try to put a link in the description, but you can find it on either Tim Osmond's channel or on Cognitive Dissonance channel, which the name of the video, just in case I can't find a link, but the name of the video is Flat Earth space, so Flat Earth, The Morgile is a Clown, Roasting of Johnny Boy. So that's the title of the video, and I will try to find a link for that. But yeah, just be prepared to be amazed, because well, I was hoping they would at least prove curvature or axial rotation, but they didn't do any of that. They did far better. They just shouted over me so that I couldn't possibly utter a sentence. So it is, it's sort of typical. No, I think typical is an understatement. I would say it is the primary defense mechanism, and the best thing that the globe model's got going for it is people who are just so willfully ignorant and who are so mystified by their own pseudo-intellectual belief system that they won't even look at the plain, simple, obvious truth. But the final thing that I will mention before we get started, one of the three opponents later mentioned in the comment section of the very video that I'm reviewing here, and again, I'll try to put a link, he mentioned that the debate wasn't fair because they were unable to summon Red's rhetoric at 2 or 2:30 in the morning. In other words, it's not bad enough that it was three globe heads versus one flat earther with zero moderator. Oh, and by the way, until Red's rhetoric eats his socks, then he has no credibility as far as I'm concerned, and I would probably refuse to debate him. I would include him in the debate as long as he eats his socks. And the whole background story to that was that him and Jaronism and he had been sort of, and this is according to Jaron, so this is third-party information, but he and Jaron had been debating whether or not you could, once a ship goes over the horizon, whether or not you could restore that ship with a pair of binoculars, and then once it disappeared yet again, through the binoculars, get a high-powered telescope, and the ship reemerges. And this is indeed what happens time and time and time and time and time again. And Red's rhetoric apparently told Jaron that if Jaron could show him video evidence of this happening, that he would eat his socks. And we've all seen them. There's tons of videos showing that. I even sent a couple over to Jaron to use as examples. And to date, as far as I know, Red's rhetoric didn't eat his socks. And I don't think that, getting the edible kind, I think they make them like, sort of like, what are they, fruit roll-ups or something, kinky stuff like that. No, we're talking about actually, cotton, or I guess we could pick the fabric, maybe wool socks. But at any rate, until that happens, then Red's rhetoric is a dishonorable, untrustworthy, lacking all honor talking head. However, in order to defend the globe, they also needed a fourth loudmouth ignoramus to overshout the obvious speaker of the truth, that would be me, who would be the stationary planer or the globe earth skeptic. Again, that's me. Now, I might cut this video short because it is a bit redundant. I mean, but I really think it's important to see the willful ignorance employed by Globbers, everyone from Harvard astrophysicists on multiple advisory boards to NASA, to Art Bell, to people as lowly as, Tim Osman or cognitive dissonance. It is a bit redundant, and I think it's important to show this willful ignorance in its abundance, which it is. It's abundant. This deception runs deep. The delusion is strong, and this ignorance employed by Globbers who call the most scientific movement in history anti-science. Again, the flat earth or stationary plane movement is indeed science, yet they call it anti-science, while they themselves are indeed willfully ignorant religious zealots who believe they live stuck to the side of a spinning sphere, a freak accident of the Big Bang without any evidence, proof, or even a single demonstrable instance of the heliocentric glue, which is gravity or dark matter. So, enjoy.
Hey, we're live, man.
All right.
Guess he's just gonna join and we're gonna be live and he probably won't even know it. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, you're good, you're good.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Let's get that Morgan guy, bitch.
So, do you open all of your scientific discussions, all of your guest debaters, by calling them bitches behind their back before they're even on the show? You can call me a bitch to my face, and I mean physically come down here to South Carolina and call me a bitch to my face. But don't you dare call me a bitch behind my back when I'm not even there to defend myself. But I will say that is. You can pretty much end the video right here because that is the tone and the methodology of the so-called opponents for the duration. But we'll just go ahead and continue on.
Where's he at? Morgile, you coming?
Morgile. What
there
up,
he is.
Hey,
oh my God, guys, put your penises away.
The man of the hour.
What's up, fellas?
What's up, Morgile? All right, first question. I would love to see the proof that you can prove the world is flat that you're ready to die for.
Okay, so I guess we'll just skip the hello, how you do, my name's John, who the hell are all you guys, introductions. We'll just skip the formalities and go right into some imagined proof that you feel that I have that I'm willing to die for. I'm just an observer here trying to point out to you thick-headed idiots that you've been fooled your entire life. So let's just continue.
First off,
Um,
jump right into it.
yeah, well, I think the big one would, really what I stick to is disproving the heliocentric model. There's plenty of good proof that the Earth is flat and stationary, but stuff that registers with people that aren't real familiar with, the flat Earth model, it's really easier to just start poking holes in the heliocentric model typically. So.
Okay, so your answer to that question is you're not going to show us the proof that you can prove the world's flat.
That wasn't the question, you moron. The question is what is the evidence that I would essentially hang my hat on or die for? And what I told you is the evidence that I tend to stick to is the evidence that debunks or disproves the heliocentric model, because that's a pretty good starting point. If I can disprove the heliocentric model, then we're halfway there. Let me give you an example just so you'll sort of understand what I'm saying, because I know that you guys are not really the sharpest knives in the drawer, so I'll just give you an example. Let's say, hypothetically, that you were on trial for murder that happened in Texas 2 weeks ago. And you're being accused of physically murdering someone in Texas 2 weeks ago. Now, let's say, hypothetically, that you were in Europe for that duration, and you had been in Europe for the entire month. Now, if you could conclusively prove with, time and date stamped evidence, eyewitness testimony, you could conclusively prove that you were in Europe during the time of the murder, do you think that it would be necessary to continue to prove that you were also not in Texas during the time of the murder? Or would you suffice to say that it's sufficient to prove that you were simply in Europe during the time of the murder? Now, I'll answer the question for you. Obviously, any court of law would throw the case out immediately when you prove that you were in Europe during the time of the murder. So, the reason why I like to stick to basic fundamental disproof of the heliocentric model is because if I can prove that the Earth has no curvature, no axial rotation, no orbital velocities, no solar frame of reference, no galactic frame of reference, no Big Bang, no Einsteinian or Newtonian gravity, no space-time, no warping of space-time, no theoretical dark matter or dark energy, all of this theoretical folly that is designed to keep relatively smart, extremely brainwashed people such as yourselves looking up towards the stars for answers to a 13.5 billion year old question that will never come. You see, in the 1950s, they were telling us that the year 2000 was the future, and we would have flying cars, free energy, moon bases, Mars bases, and proof for things like gravity and evolution. Now, I don't know if you noticed this panel, but 2000, the future, that was 15 years ago, 16 years ago. It's now 2016, and not only are we no closer to moon bases or Mars bases or flying cars or free energy, we're actually further away. NASA even admits to this day that they're working on technologies that will allow them to traverse the so-called radiation barriers that are about 300 to 400 miles above the face of the flat stationary Earth. But let's continue.
Well, no, the first thing I can do is disprove the heliocentric model, and that's a good start, I think.
Okay, so we asked you the first question. You said you're ready to die because you have proof that the world is flat. Okay, now the world would like to know what that proof is, and your answer to that is, I'm not going to show it to you. I'm going to prove to you it's not a globe. Am I correct on that? Yes or no?
Well, actually, no, you're totally making stuff up. I never said I was ready to die for anything.
Really? Would you want me to actually turn on my YouTube on my Xbox right now, and we'll play it live for everyone to hear? You say that you're ready to have the government kick down your door and shoot you in the head because you told a few people about flat Earth. You said it, Morgile. Your own words, bro. And I'm going to have to put you in check for saying, wow. Yo, Tim, did he say that? Did you guys not hear him say that?
It's in my video, dude. I thought it was pretty humorous, actually.
I mean, you can, Morgile. Do you know the things you say, bro?
One of the things I've said, and I've said it several times, is that if I were to die tomorrow, I'd have a fulfilled life because I finally learned the truth after a lifetime of lies. But
you said the government could kick down your door right now and kill you, and you'd be happy because you told people about flat Earth. I'll pull it up and play it right now. The truth about
flat Earth.
I mean, for real, Morgile. I will pull it up and play it right now. So when we say you talk out your ass, we're saying because of shit like that. That's not being an asshole or a troll. I've asked you now for the third time. I'm going to ask you. You said in that video you can prove that the world is flat. I don't want to hear all your debunking of the globe.
What video?
I want you to prove that the world.
You said umpteen times. You said you could prove that the Earth is flat, dude.
Whoa. We're talking about two different things.
Okay,
the other
in
day,
the Week Chill Show review video with you, Lori, and Lawrence, that's when you made these comments, okay? There's your answer to that. And you said, I know the world's flat, and I can prove it. You said you can prove it. Now,
sure.
We started this off asking that question, and we still haven't gotten the proof. That's all I want. I would love for you to show it to me because I think that would be pretty fucking cool. I really do.
Well, it's a little bit more complicated than that, but let's start with one. Let's start with one point. And we can debate that, and we can move to other points. But the first thing that totally demolishes the heliocentric model is the fact that if you're standing at the equator looking directly overhead in the winter, you can see the same stars overhead in the summer from the same spot. So that right there totally disproves heliocentrism.
Can I explain something? Can I explain something to you really quickly, Morgile? Because I don't think you can put this into perspective. And I don't think a lot of people can. And I don't even think that I can. How big space and stars and how fucking far these things are.
Okay? It has nothing to do with that.
And I think I'll go ahead and interject right now because obviously this host of the debate is putting words into my mouth and not allowing me to really complete a sentence. But he has all of these preconceived ideas about distant stars and about the sizes of stars, and all of this is just theory. He believes it. He believes it to be true, but none of that has ever been proven. And yet he's going to try and apply globe Earth heliocentric logic to my argument, which is ridiculous. The stars are lights in the sky. The Earth is a stationary plane, the only stationary plane that is nothing remotely similar to the stars in the sky or the wandering stars or even the sun or the moon or the planets. We live on the physical plane. It is stationary. It doesn't move. It is the physical plane. It is reality. It's where you've lived your whole life. And the spot that you're sitting now as you listen to this video has never moved a single yard. Now, I'm not talking about tectonic movement. That's certainly possible. But what I mean is you don't live on a globe that's flying through space. And that's demonstrable. That's provable. However, these people, this panel that I'm allegedly debating, have these preconceived notions that the stars are light years away and that we live on a spinning globe. And so instead of me trying to explain to them that their model doesn't work, they want me to prove the flat Earth using their misunderstandings of the flat Earth. So, in other words, the first thing that you have to do in order to explain the flat Earth is to understand it. And by refusing to listen to reason and by refusing to listen to arguments, then you're never going to understand anything. Could you imagine going to math class and while the teacher was telling you that 2 plus 2 is 4, if you kept talking over her, telling her that she's a stupid moron because somebody told you that 2 plus 2 equals 5, even though everyone knows that you're totally wrong, you're just going to keep on screaming over her because you have a belief system that is very far removed from reality? Give me a break.
I can't even get my point out before you finish, but continue. I couldn't finish, but continue. It's fine.
No, what I'm saying is you're missing the point. It doesn't have to do with how far the stars are. It has to do with your angle of sight towards visible space. So if you can sort of, and maybe I could pull up a diagram to sort of show you what I'm saying, because obviously you guys haven't watched the videos, but
Morgile, hold on a second, buddy. All right. You talk about visible space. How far is visible space? How far can you see? Do you know?
I believe the nearest star is 4 light years visible, and the furthest visible with the naked eye star is 4,000 light years, I believe.
So you're a flat earther and you believe in light years?
No. That's in the heliocentric model. That's what we're talking about here.
Okay.
Okay, so in the heliocentric model, and just try to picture this, and I can draw up a quick diagram because it is a little confusing, but okay. So the sun is always in the middle of the Earth's orbit, right? In the heliocentric model. With me so far?
To an extent, yeah.
Okay. Now, visible space is always going to be the direction facing away from the sun because you can't observe the stars during the daytime. Agreed?
Sometimes. It depends on what kind of stars you're looking at. Sirius is typically seen on the horizon when at dawn and dusk with the sun up in the horizon.
No, we're talking about high noon or any time during the day when the sky is blue. You can't see the stars during the day, right?
Well, no.
Okay. So just picture this. Picture we're in the winter and the Earth is on let's just say it's on the left side of the sun in this example.
It's a circle, Morgile.
I'm sorry?
If it's a circle, where is left?
Well, we're just giving an example. Let me just draw out a quick diagram so I can show you. It is sort of hard to explain without a diagram. If you can just bear with me for 1 second, but whether you guys understand it or believe it or not, this one single point right here totally falsifies heliocentrism, and this is a good place to start. I'm loading up InDesign. It'll probably just take me a minute to draw up a quick diagram because it will make it a little bit easier to explain.
That's fine. That's fine. I got a question while you do that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you consider yourself a religious person, and if so, which religion would you say you follow?
Now, I wouldn't necessarily consider myself a religious person in the typical sense, so I don't go to church. I was raised in a Greek Orthodox home, and that was pretty stringent, so I was forced to go to church and didn't really like it, and I don't go to church. But, I consider myself a spiritual person, and if I had to label myself any religion, it would be Christian.
We can all relate to that, man. We've all been forced to go to church when we were younger, when you didn't feel like having to go.
To an extent, man, you're doing Tiger Dan wrong.
Why
You're
is that?
thrashing that guy. You're thrashing that guy. And even if you consider yourself a Christian, you're not
You
acting
know
like
you're
one.
Morgile. You know you're pandering to the subs because it's the shit they want to hear, bro. I mean, you can just admit that. I mean, damn.
Well,
I mean, that is
well,
easy to
whoa,
admit.
well, hang on now. First of all, the video that Tiger Dan did, he called me a liar. He called me dishonest. He basically insulted me, and I'm just supposed to. I'm not
Okay,
supposed
Morgile,
to
you are
defend
being
myself.
dishonest. How many times have you said that you can prove the Earth is flat? We just got
I'm
you
still
here,
waiting.
and you're trying to disprove.
Okay, wait a minute here. Let's back up the wagon a minute. I'm trying to explain something to you. I'm trying to make the very first single point that happens to demolish your entire paradigm. And you guys get to asking me questions, and I'm trying to answer them while I'm drawing a diagram in the background. And then you're going to jump to, well, why aren't you answering the question? We're having a conversation here. You guys are, I'm sorry, I don't know where you were reared socially, but you must have been reared in like a pit of fucking pigs or something. I mean, I don't know. Where did you, really, where do you guys come from? The fucking moon?
Disprove the heliocentric model.
Because this is what they do. I'm sorry,
Prove
Morgile.
the heliocentric
I have.
model, which is absolute garbage. There is no model. Nothing works on the flat Earth. We've
I
proven
proved
that
that.
time and time again.
I
Nothing
proved
makes
that.
sense, dude. Look at this.
I have a question for Morgile real quick. Morgile, do you think, and this is very important to your whole model, do you think that the maps we're given are wrong? Yes or no?
I think that all the maps are not accurate representations of the face of the Earth. Every
Okay,
map.
so I want to ask you a question.
Sure.
If the maps we're given are wrong, right, and it's not an accurate representation, okay, so when I'm in the 90s and my dad's teaching me how to use maps, he reaches into the glove box, pulls out a maps before GPS, before MapQuest, before all that bullshit, right? And he tells me we're going on vacation, we're going to the shore, and it's going to take exactly 80 some miles to get there. He calculates it out for me. He shows me on the map.
No, we're not talking about local maps that you're going to drive 80 miles. We're talking about maps that show circumnavigation of the so-called globe. That's what we're talking about. I'm talking about an accurate representation of the entire face of the Earth. To answer your question, and I'm not sure if I got to answer it during this debate, but the Mercator projection and the Peters projection, which is what you believe in, no, those are inaccurate representations of the face of the Earth because they are cylindrical conformal maps. I've said this a million times, and I'll say it again. Towards the equator, both the Peters projection and the Mercator projection are close to correct. The further away you get, either north or south of the equator, the more and more and more incorrect the map gets up to the point of the poles, or the 90-degree latitude, to where the map is skewed to infinity. So that single point, those two single points, the 90-degree latitude, are stretched to infinity. So basically what you have with the Mercator projection is a map where it's sort of correct at the equator, and the further away you get from the equator, the less and less correct it is, up to the point where it's skewed to infinity at the poles. So in that respect, the Mercator projection and the Peters projection are indeed inaccurate representations of the face of the Earth. On the other hand, the azimuthal equidistant map, or the Gleason's map, these would be flat Earth maps. The reason why these are also inaccurate is a similar reason to that of a cylindrical conformal map. It's an AE map. And what this means, it's mostly correct towards the center and gets less and less correct while you get, away from the center or south towards the edges, where ultimately the single point, whether that's the 90-degree south latitude or it could be any point on the map is stretched around the sides to infinity. And so that is the long, actual, correct answer to your question. But instead of giving me a chance to answer and finish, you just start telling me I don't know what I'm talking about, when in fact you are willfully ignorant, and it's demonstrable. I can prove to you that both the Mercator, Peters, azimuthal equidistant, Gleason's, every single map, including the globe, is not an accurate representation of the face of the Earth, period. The reason why they are adequate navigational tools is because they use the assumed latitude and longitude lines, which are derived by what? Observations of celestial bodies. Now, observations of celestial bodies are a very clever way to get one's bearings on the Earth, whether it's a globe or flat. And by mapping out one's charts and knowing how to, find north and south and east and west, you can plot a course using these maps, these Mercator projections and Peters projections, because they're designed to work according to the known assumed latitude and longitude lines. So as long as you can navigate by the stars, and as long as you can plot a course on a map, and as long as the map is adequately representing not sizes and distances, but lines of constant course using loxodromes, then technically the flat map works on a flat Earth as well as a globe Earth. Now, I will add that not one single degree of longitude has ever been measured south of the equator. They've always been measured north of the equator and assumed south of the equator. Now, you will be astonished to find that the average 45-degree latitude points being on the southern tip of South America, the southern tip of Australia, and the southern tip of Africa add up when converted to statute miles to a circumference larger than that ever ascribed to the equator. So that means that when you go south of the equator, the Earth, or the latitude lines, do not start to get to be, smaller and smaller rings. Either way, the latitude lines are rings, either in the globe Earth model or the flat Earth model. Obviously, you guys haven't studied too deeply into the flat Earth model, otherwise you'd realize that certain things like maps are a big issue in both models. Now, I believe that the reason why we have such issues with maps is because ancient cartographers assumed the Earth to be a sphere, and assumed latitude and longitude lines, and then applied that to a two-dimensional surface, which is why all the relative sizes and distances between continents are skewed on two-dimensional representations of a globe, because the Earth isn't a globe. The latitude lines do not converge into a point at the 90-degree latitude south. The longitude lines do not converge back towards into a point when you go south of the equator. And this is demonstrable. This isn't just some conjecture. This has been documented. And there's other things too. The barometric pressure in the southern hemisphere is lower and lower as you travel south. Barometric pressure is highest in the very center, or in the North Pole, the top of the globe, and barometric pressure gets lower and lower as you travel south towards the equator. And as you go beyond south of the equator, you would expect, if the Earth was a globe and had this bilateral symmetry, that you would find the barometric pressure begin to increase back towards the pole. But no, instead, as long as you're traveling south, barometric pressure continues to decrease. So this shows very conclusively that there is not this bilateral symmetry that would be necessary on a globe. Furthermore, the Coriolis effect, which you globers love to use to prove the globe, is hogwash, and actually is used to disprove the spinning globe. You use the observation of opposing spinning cyclones, like, typhoons and hurricanes north and south of the so-called equator, as being proof that the Earth is a spinning globe due to the Coriolis effect. Now, if you study this, you'll actually find that the dividing line between typhoons and hurricanes is not the equator, but is actually the path of the sun, as it makes its pass from Capricorn to Cancer and back during the course of a year. And in fact, the hot sun acts as sort of a perturbance, or a mixing spoon, or or through the dense atmosphere of the Earth, causing opposing rotational velocities or opposing rotations of cyclones north or south of the sun's current relative position to the equator. And that dividing line is not fixed to the equator. However, when you apply the Coriolis effect to the spinning globe Earth, it proves that we're stationary. So if you are in an airplane and take off and head west, the Coriolis effect dictates that you would not retain your rotational frame of reference spinning east and dropping 700,000 feet per hour along with the curve of the Earth backwards east as you ascend into the air and travel 500 miles per hour west in a plane. That's physically impossible. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. An object in motion tends to maintain its velocity until enacted upon by some other force. That means that even if the plane is traveling east and dropping along a curve at around 700,000 feet per hour along with the ground before takeoff, once the plane begins to propel itself west, it cannot possibly be ascending into the air and traveling west at high velocities whilst simultaneously falling backwards at 1,000 miles per hour and dropping 700,000 feet per hour. The whole idea that planes, airplanes, or jet airplanes would somehow be velcroed to the frame of reference with the face of the spinning Earth is the most ridiculous claim held fast by blind Globbers because they think the Earth is a spinning globe, and so this is what happens on a spinning globe, when in fact anyone with access to a simple merry-go-round can demonstrate the Coriolis effect, which shows an object held fast to a rotational frame of reference will indeed maintain that rotational frame of reference, but only if it's held fast to the rotating body. The instant any object is compelled away from the constant axis of rotation of the said rotating body, it will break free of that rotating frame of reference and will indeed act as a free agent completely independent of that rotational frame of reference. This should go without saying, but especially if you have several jet engines attached. We're not just talking about flick of the wrist of a beach ball. We're talking about several jet engines. In the case of the planes, of course. And one can actually demonstrate this without a merry-go-round, but something as simple as a length of string and a nut to tie to the length of string. And by a nut, I mean like a bolt. So you take a length of string, tie to one end of it a nut, and take the other end of it in your fingers and spin the string around and let go of the string once it begins to spin evenly. Now, Red's rhetoric and other Globbers would have you believe that when you let go of the string, the nut will continue spinning around your fingers as if it did when the string was attached. However, we all know that once you let go of that string and the centripetal force is nullified, then the object, in this case the nut, or in other cases the airplane, will not continue spinning along with the face of the Earth or continue spinning along with the string, but will indeed act on their own velocity and tend away from the center of axis, just simply by being let go of that connection with the rotating body. Simple physics. Don't even need mathematics to prove it, and yet people like Red's rhetoric and the three that I'm debating here on this forum, who, by the way, cried later because they thought it was unfair because Red's rhetoric was not on this, 2:30 in the morning debate. So it would have been more fair if it was 4 against 1 instead of 3 against 1, but I digress. At any rate, nowhere can you demonstrate that a rotating body or an object fixed to a rotating body will ever remain fixed to that rotational frame of reference so long as it is compelled away from that, velocity rotating around the center of curvature. Let's continue back on with the most ridiculous, pompous debate I've had with probably the worst educated globe earthers I've ever encountered. I've debated Harvard astrophysicists on advisory boards to NASA, and at least they had the respect to let a dude finish a sentence.
he resets his odometer, and then he drives to the exact spot that he picked on the map. And it is the exact amount of miles that with the map he was given. I would like to know, how is that physically possible if the maps were given aren't real? Was his odometer in on the conspiracy?
No, you're missing the point, though. I guess let me rephrase. World maps, starting with the Mercator projection, going to the Peters projection, and even the azimuthal equidistant projection, all of those world maps are not accurate representations of the face of the Earth.
Okay, so the world maps, and I'm trying to follow you. So the world maps are not accurate representations of the face of the Earth, but the maps that you get in your car for your just specific county you're in, they are. Correct? Is that what you're saying?
Local maps have to be correct because, I mean, you have to be able to use them for driving. And, just to give you an example, the Mercator projection, I don't know if you guys know this, but the definition of the Mercator projection is a cylindrical conformal map. And what that means is that it's sort of correct at the equator, and it's less and less correct the further north or south you get of the equator, to the point to where when you get to the 90-degree latitude, either north or south, it's a single point stretched across that whole top or bottom to infinity. So by definition, the Mercator projection, it works for navigation using loxodromes and lines of constant course for navigators going across the seas, but it is not an accurate representation of the relative sizes and distances between the continents.
I'm just making sure. I just wanted to get it very clear because that's a confusing question I had. So they're lying about all the maps they give us except the town maps. They're all accurate and 100% correct. That is what you're saying, right?
Just to get something straight, because I didn't catch this while we were live, that does tend to happen, but he put words in my mouth and told me that all of the world maps were lies, yet the local maps will work. I never said that the world maps were lies. I said that the world maps were projections. That's not lies. Nobody has ever actually verified every single place on Earth to be relatively where it's supposed to be. So, and I'll reiterate this, but the Northern Hemisphere, especially in a flat Earth model where you have the North being the center, which is being contested, but it is a fairly good working model. The northern area would be the center, and it would be a lot smaller, and by the way, it's the most heavily populated area of the entire world. If I'm not mistaken, about 90% of the world's populace, at least in first world countries where they actually count and consensus people, I think it's like 90% of the world's population live in the northern hemisphere, and certainly a big proportion of the world's population live in cities, especially coastal cities. Now, on the other hand, in the southern hemisphere, this is a horse of a different color, and the last guys to really circumnavigate or attempt to circumnavigate the far southern regions, and I'm not talking about the so-called polar race, which averages around the 60-degree latitude south. I'm talking about actually going to the Antarctic and trying to make your way around it. It should be pretty easy. It should be a pretty small continent on the bottom of a sphere. But what ends up happening is, and nobody's really allowed and nobody's really tried to circumnavigate the really far southern regions lately, really since Admiral Byrd on record, but none of these southern latitudes have been measured. It's all conjecture. It's all extrapolation based on what we see in the northern hemisphere, assuming that the southern hemisphere is indeed the bottom of a sphere. And again, the scientific method, sure, we could go on assumptions to test hypotheses, but we also must question and even, yes, prove those assumptions at some point, because if you rest all of your arguments on assumptions and rest more arguments on more assumptions and yet never prove the fundamental pillars of these assumptions, then what you have is a belief system built on assumptions. And again, I like to stick to basics. One of the assumptions is the world is a spinning sphere. Obviously, you guys all believe that. The ironic thing is there's no curvature and there's zero evidence for axial rotation. So all scientific evidence points to the Earth being a stationary plane, and I'm sure you all have these pictures in your mind of what the flat, the stupid flat Earth is. You probably think it's a pancake flying through space, but that isn't anything at all. What I see it to be, I see the world to be the physical plane, a stationary, fixed, immovable plane that may stretch out to infinity. It may end at some point, or it could be anything in between those options. But for you to label me this or put words in my mouth and say that I'm calling all of the world maps lies, that you're a poor debater. You're putting words in my mouth. I call foul on that because I never said that. I said that all of the world maps are projections which use the assumed latitude and longitude lines, which are all based on assumption. So you can make an ass out of yourself, but you're not going to make an ass out of me by basing your paradigm on assumption, on top of conjecture, on top of extrapolation, on top of lies and more assumption to fit the narrative that is conducive to the powers that be in the way they want the common Joe average person like yourself and I to view the world.
So they're lying about all the maps they give us except the town maps. They're all accurate and 100% correct. That is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, I think local maps are very accurate.
Okay.
Sure,
All right.
because
So let's just put
surveyors
all the local maps together and create a big map, and then bam,
Yeah.
you got a flat Earth map.
Why can't you do that? Why can't we do
How
that?
many maps of the ocean do you have?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
No, really, how many maps of the ocean do you have? You can't put maps of oceans together. You have continents and you have oceans, and like the Mercator projection, it's based on latitude and longitude lines, which all those are imaginary lines based on astronomical calculations.
Okay, so what do you think about this? What did you think about the boat experiment we talked about in the show last night? If you didn't see it, okay, if you didn't see it, which is fine, okay, what about all your guys' GoFundMe accounts to pay for everything in your life, which is absolutely shameful and ridiculous?
Okay, so let me interject just for a second and say that your claim is that it's shameful and ridiculous for me to accept contributions from my subscribers and fans. Now, first of all, let me tell you that I never would have done that ever. I never would have dreamt of setting up a fan funding account or putting out my PayPal information for people to support my channel. But believe it or not, I had a lot of people, like literally dozens of people, approach me via phone call and email and ask me how could they support my efforts because they wanted me to continue making videos. Honestly, I ever planned only to make one or two flat earth videos. That was, sort of what I was going to do, but it ended up becoming such a big deal because even though this thing has been proven 100% certainly, you have these hordes of people that just refuse to even look at the evidence, and the three of you gentlemen are definitely included in that horde. Now, another thing that I'll mention is I claim that it's shameful and ridiculous to pay, I don't know, let's just say $150 million to make a movie that lasts about 2.5 hours, and you charge, you pay the actors many millions of dollars, but the producers end up getting the lion's share, many hundreds of millions of dollars over the years, and it's really an unlimited source of income for these producers, while the people that do the work, the directors and the actors get small royalties, which is a very small percentage of the big picture. But these movies are produced for many hundreds of millions of dollars and then sent to the box office where they charge people, I don't know, 10, 20 bucks a ticket to go sit there and watch it, and they charge you $15 for a thing of popcorn, $12 for a drink of soda, and then you sit there for 2.5 hours and get downloaded with the most recent propaganda, whatever that may be. And, I think that that's ridiculous. What I do is I make my videos about things that I think are important, even though I realize that my personal character is going to be attacked. You think I'm stupid? You think I fell off some turnip truck yesterday? I can guarantee you that I know more about the heliocentric model and what you believe than the three of you combined, which is the ironic thing. However, I have taken the time to scrutinize this thing objectively and compare the spinning sphere Earth hypothesis with the idea or the fact that the Earth is a stationary plane, and indeed the winner, hands down, across the board, every single time, is the stationary plane. There is no evidence for a spinning sphere. All of the evidence proves that the Earth has no curvature and it's not spinning, and we won't even get into the galactic velocities and solar velocities because it's a venture into the irrelevant. Again, it's like trying to prove you were not in Texas when you can clearly prove that you were in Europe. It's irrelevant at that point. Just like proving the galaxy, the Milky Way galaxy flying through space at a zillion miles an hour is irrelevant, and it isn't even worth anyone's time delving that deep into the heliocentric nonsense. Now, I realize that people such as yourselves are always going to believe that you live magically stuck to the side of a spinning sphere, and you'll use the basic observation of what goes up must come down to prove that you live on a spinning sphere, but you gentlemen obviously have no understanding of logic nor science. The observation, which is true, astute, and correct, what goes up must come down, is indeed true. The point of contention is not that if I drop a brick on my foot, it's not going to hurt or it's not going to fall. My point of contention is it's not going to fall due to a warping of space-time, as you three gentlemen believe. First of all, you believe this because you believe you live stuck to the side of a spinning sphere, and you believe in a theory of gravity. Now, I should tell you that gravity has never been proven, demonstrated, or even remotely detected, yet science has been trying to do so for many decades. Now, I realize that you will point to the recent binary black hole event, which was CGI imagery. It was a cartoon, so don't even bother. And I've actually debunked that anyway, because if it was, I think they said it was, 13 million light years, 1.3 billion light years, something like that. It's ridiculous because there are no such distances. Again, you can't apply globe Earth physics to the flat Earth model, yet they claim that that black hole incident happened some many millions or billions of light years away. However, all of the stars were behind that event. You can see all of the stars nearby are distorted by that event, which proves there is not one single star in between the CGI camera and the theoretical black hole event, which is merely an artist's rendering of data that was on a chart. It was literally a sine wave or a peak wave on a chart, which is where they derived that animation.
The signal had a very specific characteristic. The characteristic of, as time went forward, the frequency went up. And what was amazing about this signal is that it's exactly what you would expect, what Einstein's theory of general relativity would predict for two big massive objects like black holes in spiraling and merging together. Now, it took us months of careful checking, rechecking, analysis, looking at every piece of data to make sure that what we saw was not something that wasn't a gravitational wave, but in fact it was a gravitational wave. And we've convinced ourselves that's the case, and we're here to announce that today. But I do want to say something else. This is not just about the detection of gravitational waves. That's the story today. But what's really exciting is what comes next. So these gravitational waves were produced by two colliding black holes, came together, merged to form a single black hole about 1.3 billion years ago. They were detected by LIGO, the Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory. LIGO is the most precise measuring device ever built. Let me start with what we saw. So on September 14th, what we saw. As time went forward, the frequency went up. And what was amazing about this signal is that it's exactly what you would expect, what Einstein's theory of general relativity would predict for two big massive objects like black holes in
So the proof for gravity still is yet to be found, and yet you base your entire paradigm on this theory of space-time, gravity, spinning globe Earths, spinning moons, heliocentrism, a Big Bang that will never be demonstrated, CERN that is trying to replicate the conditions moments after the Big Bang that never happened. You people are pathetic. I can't believe you simply are unable to believe your eyes and witness and understand what is going on directly around you, directly beneath your feet, just as it has your entire life. You instead choose to ignore the obvious and regurgitate the scientific lies that you live stuck to the side of a spinning sphere near the equator, zipping east at 1,037.5 miles an hour, whilst dropping vertically at 700,000 feet per hour, which is about 135 miles an hour vertical drop, which would be the second fastest roller coaster in the world. And that's not even considering the 1,037.5, but just that drop alone. So, yeah, good luck to you on that one, buddy. Until you prove curvature or axial rotation, and until Red's rhetoric, your good buddy, eats his socks, then none of you have any credibility, because you have no premise, you have no model. Your model has been debunked, and whether or not you let me make the damn point about the Jeranism effect, which means visible space should not be visible space from summer to winter, meaning winter should have a unique view of the universe versus summer, and yet we can see many of the same stars and even equatorial stars from summer to spring to autumn to winter, year after year after year after year, eon after eon, and yet you Riris somehow continue to believe this junk. It's utter garbage, and your inability to see the plain obvious truth lends credence to your lack of intelligence or utter brainwashing, one or the other. Can't be anything else, or a combination thereof.
Okay, but if people want to donate to you, whatever, that's their fucking cause, they can do it, okay? But you're not searching for truth while you're taking this money from people, and that's what's disgraceful.
Excuse me, where exactly are you getting your evidence? What are you insinuating I'm doing with the very modest sum that I earn from my YouTube revenue and from, sporadic contributions from subscribers and fans? First of all, I don't have the need to justify myself to you, but I have bills and expenses just like everyone else. I don't know about you. I mean, perhaps you live with your parents where you don't have to pay bills. I don't know your situation. But where I live, I have a landlord that I have to pay every month, or else I become a homeless person. And I also have an AT&T bill that I must pay every month for my phone and internet, or I'll be a not very effective YouTuber, to say the least. And I also have an electric bill that I must pay every month, or I won't be a very effective bather or anything at all. And so I have obligations that I have to attend to. Now, I've run a home-based business for many years that's been very successful. However, upon becoming an outspoken member of the truth movement, and yes, that is what this is, my high-profile clientele has evaporated. Now, you can call that a coincidence, or you can call that what it will, but right now I would rather disseminate the truth and help people such as yourself to understand the truth, because you're lost. You've been fooled your whole life, and I'm actually trying to help you, and you're attacking the very person that's telling you the truth amidst a lifetime full of lies.
So would you answer the question? Would you and Jeranism and others shift your GoFundMe accounts to do actual experiments, like taking two boats, okay, and fucking making them go the opposite directions and meet each other and live stream it? Because the amount of money that you guys have raked in, that Flat Earth has raked in, when you look at the data, you could shift that money and do a real experiment like that, Okay, so why is it that you guys want to pay for all the necessities to fucking live? Okay, because that's bullshit, Morgile, and you know it's true, bro. And you couldn't look me in the face and tell me it's not. But you don't want to shift your GoFundMe accounts to actually find truth. Please answer that fucking question, because it needs to be answered.
Well, first of all, how much money are we talking about here? Because I've hardly made shit since I've started coming out with flat Earth videos and dedicated my life to this. So where are you coming up with this money? I haven't made hardly any money.
We're talking about all of the money that's been made in 2015 through Flat Earth and Conspiracy World, okay? If we took all that, if people took all their GoFundMe accounts and they actually shifted it to actual truth, we would have something. But instead, you guys would rather have people donate to your PayPal accounts so you can go buy the necessities to live. And Morgan, I'm not saying that makes you a horrible person, bro. It doesn't. I get it. If people want to give you money, that's fine. But don't sit here and fucking tell me that you're not taking people's money to go buy cigarettes and condoms and beer and shit. You're not spending it to search for truth, bro. And you fucking know that. You know it.
I don't drink beer. I do smoke cigarettes. But I'm not really seeing where this is relevant. To be honest with you, my AdSense revenues are slim to none. I actually had a pretty good month in December.
It's a business.
Well,
you had a pretty good month.
Well, no, it's not a business. It has to do with I have expenses. I have to pay my bills in order to survive, or I can't do anything.
Yeah, I make videos and I don't ask people for money.
Well, then you must be independently. You must be independently wealthy, and that's great.
No, I'm not independently wealthy at all, dude. I work at a pizza shop. I just don't beg people for change to sell them bullshit. That's just the difference between me and you. You won't admit it, but you know deep down that it's true.
And see, this is why I didn't even want to have this discussion with the likes of these people, but I figured we would have an honest, civil debate about the facts. And of course, what they're doing is they're attacking my personal character and using the fact against me that I've opened up avenues for people that want to support my efforts as a flat Earth proponent. I don't know about anyone else, but it takes me a great deal of time to do things like videos and host shows and plan events and research topics and do experiments and really dedicate my life to this thing. And if people want to help, that's great. It's never been obligatory. I've never forced anyone to do that. And for him to insinuate that, that it's somehow that he's somehow above that just goes to show that he's a prideful person. He works at a pizza shop. That's great. I actually worked at CC's Pizza for a year. I may mention that in here, and I didn't mind it. I'm not above it. Don't have anything against people that work at pizza shops, but at the same time, for someone like himself who has absolutely no idea of my personal situation, to just make assumptions about me and draw opinions about me based on things that he's invented in his imagination, with absolutely no true understanding of what my life actually involves, just goes to show what a biased observer he is and how he's looking at me and looking at this entire topic as a stupid, retarded conspiracy theory for morons who are obviously some sort of shady characters, when in fact he is the very one who has been fooled since he was a toddler to believe an absurd lie and attack me for telling him the plain obvious truth, or at least attempting to. I will make this damn point if it's the last thing I do on this.
Morgan, it's bullshit.
Morgan, I asked you in the beginning of this. Do you know how ridiculous this is, bro? Because you do this. I've seen you do it in every debate. This isn't a debate because it doesn't matter what's said here. You're going to go run around and say you won a debate, just like you claim that you won the Art That Bell debate when it sounded like you were a second grader. That's when I was actually in the Flat Earth, and I was fucking embarrassed that you were the one representing us.
Me too,
bro. Me too, bro. What are you, his sidekick? You're like his little Tweedledum. First of all, I actually indeed won the debate on the Art Bell show on August 5th of 2015, midnight in the desert. I'm not sure if you gentlemen are aware of the criteria involved with either winning or losing a debate, but one general prerequisite for a debate is that both of the parties involved have an understanding of the subject matter at hand. Now, it was clearly obvious that the not so good Dr. Gridley had absolutely no idea what he was talking about in terms of the conventionally accepted flat earth model. He was basing his entire argument on the ignorant position of blind heliocentrism, which is the exact model we flat earthers have been completely debunking for the last year at least. Now, the point is you can't have a debate with somebody who is not aware of the subject matter at hand. I have mentioned before that a layman may think, especially based on his so gracious introduction by the so-called moderator, the host, Art Bell, who all but gave Dr. Gridley a blowjob during his introduction, which, by the way, included a mention of numerous advisory boards to NASA in terms of the doctor, so he indeed has profited from NASA fakery. But at any rate, the doctor agreed that buildings from 50 miles away, such as the Chicago skyline as seen from Mirror State Park in New Jersey, it's actually over 50 miles away, about level with the water on both sides of the Lake Michigan, but you should not be able to see those buildings or that Chicago skyline because the building should be based about a quarter mile, a little bit more than a quarter mile, beneath the horizon line. So the doctor agreed that there is no curvature. Furthermore, you can pull this up, I'm not lying, the doctor also agreed that a westbound flight should be shorter than an eastbound flight because all of the destinations are apparently spinning towards the east. You do realize that objects traveling in opposite directions, for example, an airplane and, say, LAX, those two objects traveling toward each other will arrive sooner than objects traveling in the same direction, for example, a jetliner traveling east from LAX towards New York. So at any rate, the doctor did agree that there is no curvature, nor is there axial rotation demonstrable in terms of airline flights, which there definitely should. So those were two big points for the flat earth. His only arguments were to basically change the subject whenever I made too much sense. He fell back on the Apollo astronauts' missions as proof of a spherical Earth, which we all know the Apollo astronauts' missions were 100% contrived. If you believe we went to the moon, then you probably also believe in Santa Claus. I should also quickly mention that the doctor forfeited the debate when I still had, I don't know, I want to say 11 more points to make, but at least 5, I'll just be conservative and say 5 or 10 more points to make when he indeed forfeited the debate. And then Art Bell decided to disallow me to take phone calls to answer questions because he didn't think it would be fair. So just goes to show you how fair and balanced that debate was. Furthermore, the good doctor said, of course you don't see the curvature of the Earth. It's not like we're living on a ball bearing. He also said other things such as there is no vanishing point. He also said that if everything were density dependent, in other words, if there were no gravity, then engines wouldn't work, airplanes wouldn't fly. Yes, indeed, the doctor said that airplanes wouldn't fly without gravity, when we all know that airplanes allegedly defy gravity, but in fact all they're doing is sort of hacking the laws of density and buoyancy by creating pressure differentials beneath and above the wing to create lift. This is Obviously, a barometric condition has nothing to do with anti-gravity, just as a helium balloon has nothing to do with anti-gravity, just as a 100-ton ship made of steel floating on the water with ease has nothing to do with anti-gravity, just as pushing a beach ball beneath the water 10 feet and it races up to the surface has nothing to do with anti-gravity, because gravity as you know it in terms of an Einsteinian warping of space-time due to the mass of the Earth, that gravity doesn't exist. What goes up must come down is obviously an real astute observation. However, the conventional explanation, the Einsteinian theory of gravity or relativity, has been debunked. The fact that there is no curvature, you will never demonstrate curvature, nor is there axial rotation, you will never demonstrate it, nor are there solar velocities, nor galactic velocities, nor big bangs, nor dark matter, nor black holes. None of it. It's the Wicked Witch of the West. It's Santa Claus plopping down the chimney. And because you've believed something since you were a toddler, and because your science teacher told you when you were 6, does not necessarily make something true. And in fact, the scientific method involves inquiring and testing hypothesis to discern the truth. What you gentlemen are participating is the opposite of science. It is indeed pseudoscience, and as I said before, plugging your ears, closing your eyes, and singing la 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 is the opposite of science, and indeed the opposite of mathematics, with or without Pink's hyperbole.
So fucking embarrassed, bro. And you need to be told that, and you need to stop running around saying you won that debate. Because I'm telling you right now, when you say it, it makes you look stupid. Okay?
Well,
now, we asked you to show us your proof, and all you've done is say that you're going to poke holes in the globe. Because you want to know why, Morgile? You know, Ed knows, Tim knows that you don't have the physical proof. You're going to sit here for a fucking hour, and all you're going to do is tell us the same fucking shit that I've heard for a year, Morgile. That's it. And you're going to repeat it over and over and fucking over again.
Since I'm the one editing this video, I can pause you and make you shut the hell up for 10 seconds because I haven't repeated anything. I haven't even gotten the first point out. The three of you have essentially, and maybe there was one of you who was somehow, as you claimed, being my advocate, which I still don't see that. Maybe I'm still missing it. But for whoever the crazy loudmouth one is, to claim that you're going to hear the same crap that you've heard repeated over and over and over again, and yet you won't let me finish one single point, doesn't make any sense. Now, the one thing that I've heard over and over and over and over again is exactly what you're doing, which is a categorical denial to simply consider the plain, simple truth. Now, I realize there's a lot of very poor misinformation or possibly misguided, theoretical ideas going on with certain prominent flat earthers. But whatever you think the model is, or whatever you think the model that I subscribe to is irrelevant because you obviously know nothing about me, nor do you understand the model that I understand, because if you did understand the model that I fully understand, which I also fully understand the heliocentric model, then you would have to agree that the evidence only lends credence to a flat stationary plane Earth, and all of the evidence, a never-ending pile, mountains and mountains of physical evidence, repeatable experiments, basic observations, all of this proves conclusively that the heliocentric model is wrong. Now, I'm sorry, but part of a debate is to disprove your opponent. Now, since you are a proponent for the globe Earth, then my number one function as your opponent in this debate is to disprove your position and show alternate hypotheses for my position. But the lot of you wouldn't let me even begin to make a point. So let's just continue because this is just it's growing very tiresome. But I'm really glad that you guys are the epitome of ignorance because it really goes to show what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a level of ignorance and willful dissociation that is so profound that you yourself will defend yourself from the truth vehemently, which is interesting, if nothing else.
Like a moron, okay? And it's bullshit. Are you going to show me your proof? Because this is starting to piss me off. Do you have the proof? Yes or no?
Your tone is starting to piss me off. So let's simmer down. I mean, are we going to have a conversation or are we going to act like children here?
No, dude, because we tried to ask you for your proof, and you've done the same thing you always do, Morgile. You say, well, we're going to start off by poking holes in the globe. We don't want you to do that. We don't care about the fucking globe. We don't care if it's a globe. That's what you don't get. You think we have some agenda to take flat earthers out. We don't care. Okay, if you could prove if it was flat right now, we would all think that was great. You said that you could prove it's flat. Now, stop talking about the poking holes in the globe and show us your proof that it's flat. We are not here to tell you it's a globe. We don't.
Listen up for a second, you loudmouth fucker. Maybe if you'd shut the hell up for 10 seconds, I could get a word in edgewise and maybe tell you a little bit of the truth that you obviously are too daft to understand and research on your own, even though it's been right in front of your face, directly beneath your feet your entire life. So the next time you would like somebody to answer a question or speak with you, you might want to take a nice big tall glass of shut the fuck up. Get it?
Care. We want us to see your proof.
Step one in this is to falsify or disprove the heliocentric model.
Oh my fucking god! No, it is not, Morgile. Want to know why? Because I have proof.
Guys.
Oh my god!
All right,
it's like running in circles.
Joe. Morgile, did you see the video that we made yesterday?
No, I've never seen any of your videos.
Okay, I effectively debunked the flat Earth model on the azimuthal equidistant map. Within the first 8 minutes.
The azimuthal equidistant map is also not accurate, just like the Mercator projection map is not accurate.
So you don't have a map, is what you're saying? Are you kidding me?
You don't have a map.
I don't.
Morgile, I just told you that I have a map and that I've used it since I was a child, and it's got me from point A to point B plenty of fucking times, bro. Morgile, it's the same thing.
Hold on, Adam. Morgile, dude. I'm not claiming one way or another. All I know is that I effectively debunked flat Earth yesterday. The entire concept of the sun revolving over and above a stationary disk.
Oh, did you really? Did you debunk flat Earth yesterday? Well, why don't you debunk flat Earth today? Because I hate to break it to you, jerky boy, live a lips, that you can't debunk the truth. That's inherently impossible. What you three ignoramuses fail to understand is that the heliocentric model has indeed been debunked over and over and over again. If you have some evidence that you'd like to point to that shows the world has curvature or axial rotation, then I will take you seriously. But for you to ridicule me as a flat earther while you adhere to a hypothetical model of the universe that involves a spinning sphere Earth with zero proof of any of the tenets, including curvature, axial rotation, gravity, space-time, orbital velocities, solar velocities, galactic velocities, etc., not to mention the Big Bang and evolution, until you have some evidence for any of that stuff, then you don't have a position. The Earth is obviously, demonstrably, provably flat and stationary. So, there really isn't even a debate to be had here. It's sort of like debating your little brother about whether or not Santa is real. You know that Santa isn't real, but your little 5-year-old brother doesn't understand that. Well, how would that debate go? Well, you would never win that debate because your little brother knows that Santa is real. And by the way, you globeheads are the little brother believing in Santa in this analogy, just so you know.
Okay.
It's junk. It's within 8 minutes of the first of the video we did yesterday. Like, if you want to take your time and take a watch and look see, I'd love to hear your explanation of it.
Well, if it took you 8 minutes to do a video, I'm sure you can sum it up in 5, so go ahead.
Oh, that's great, because I totally made animations and did a whole bunch of other shit that you need to see if you're going to make any kind of guesstimation.
Morgile doesn't want to look at anything that goes against what he's already come to believe, guys. All he does now is search for confirmation bias.
I said let's look at it. I mean, what are you talking? You're putting words in my mouth.
Where is it? Can somebody screen share that? Just a little thing that I did where I explained about why it doesn't work.
Easily, man.
Okay.
The sun has to
all right. How about this?
In the south, first of all.
All right. Yeah.
Second of all, it doesn't make any sense when the sun's all the way in the south for us to be able to see it all the way in the north. Nothing makes sense, dude. The flat Earth 3,000-mile bullshit. Nothing makes sense at all.
I'm going to let you in on a little secret. The fact that you don't understand what the lights in the heavens are doing, and because meridian lines appear to be better conduits or better paths of least resistance for electromagnetic waves that happen to fall within the visible spectrum, and you don't understand the mechanisms of how light waves work, doesn't mean that it doesn't make any sense, or doesn't mean that it's not a viable theory. We humans have a limited capacity to understand many things. However, if we keep an open mind and try to really look at the scientific data, including the plasma tubes in the lower magnetosphere as discovered by Cleo Loy in 2015 at the University of Sydney in association with Castro. She's an undergraduate astrophysics student. But yeah, there's plasma tubes in the lower magnetosphere that appear to be running meridianally. So I could most certainly see such ionized plasma being an excellent conduit for light waves emanating from the sun or the moon to travel across, and that could explain a lot to me. Just because you think you understand what the sun is, and because you think you understand what the stars are, and you think you live on a spinning globe and it all works out very nicely and mathematically, doesn't necessarily mean that you are correct. And I'm here to tell you, all three of you, I realize that you think I'm some sort of a stupid moron with an agenda, but all three of you have definitely been fooled. You don't live stuck to the side of a spinning sphere. I hate to be the one to break that to you, but this is actually the truth, whether you like it or not. Now, I don't know what your religious beliefs are, but that's irrelevant. Your religious beliefs are obviously scientism, which is a never-ending faith in a paradigm that was created by a bunch of old dead dudes you've probably never heard of, including the likes of Copernicus, Pythagoras, Cavendish, Foucault, Nikola Tesla. I'm sure you've probably heard of him, and such, but amongst all of them, Nikola Tesla was probably the only one with any sort of real merit or moral character, but history is sort of a fickle and not necessarily 100% trustworthy thing, but I digress, and back to your so-called debate where the three of you assholes try to gang up on me and not let me finish a sentence. Bravo. Brilliant tactic, Globbers.
Look at it like this. This was the premise of the animation I made. All right. The flat Earth map. Right. Regardless of what map it is, it doesn't matter. If it's flat, it must work on a 24-hour cycle. Right. So that means the sun spins around whatever map it is, even if it's imaginary, even if it doesn't exist yet. It still spins above the. All right. If it is flat, which you claim, it spins above the flat Earth in a 24-hour cycle. You agree? Yes.
Well, to a degree, but
you
not
have
necessarily.
to. No.
Come on.
Oh my
Really?
God! So days aren't 24 hours, Morgile. Is that
Come
what you're
on,
telling
to
us,
the second.
bro?
Of course,
To the
day-
second.
Of course,
To
the
the.
days. if I could finish, of course the days are 24 hours, but my point is that what we look up in the sky and see as the sun doesn't necessarily mean the sun is directly in that direction, because
Oh God.
what y'all don't seem to understand is that the light from the sun is passing through different layers of electromagnetic fields and ionized
This is all
plasma.
conjecture, dude. This
No,
is all
light-
conjecture.
Yeah, Morgot. What we don't seem to understand, what you don't seem to understand is everything you just said right there for the last 30 seconds is absolute unprovable bullshit.
No, it
That's
isn't.
what we're trying to tell you.
No,
Oh my
it
God.
isn't.
So you can prove to me that when we look up and see the sun in daylight, that's not where it's coming from. You have proof of that too?
What I'm
Yet at
telling
the same time,
No, you fucking don't.
hold on. Yet at the same time, claim that it spins above a flat plane. All right. No. And here's the basis. All right.
Okay, obviously I'm going to have to interject again because the menage a trois of Sasha's partiers wouldn't let me get a word in edgewise. I don't necessarily believe the sun is a physical object. Obviously, there are 24 hours in a day. That's not what I was contesting. What my point was is I don't think that a physical object necessarily needs to race around the face of the earth in order to be the sun. The sun could be any number of things. It could be a physical object up there in the sky, but I don't think that's what it is. I think that the sun is a symptom of an unknown light source. And what we see as the sun is indeed just the light. It's invisible light filtering through our different layers of atmosphere. And no, this is not theory. This is not bullshit. This is accepted science. It is when the sunlight filters through our different layers of atmosphere, magnetosphere, and that sort of thing, it actually diffuses into the visible spectrum, and that's what allows the sun to light and heat the earth. You guys are just attacking me for no reason, and yet your position is one of total ignorance. And if you would just let someone finish a sentence instead of trying to fill in my unfinished sentences with your imaginative statements, then maybe you might understand where I'm coming from. But this is the main problem with globeheads, is they simply don't listen, which is why it's really irrelevant to try to debate them in this sort of a forum. Now, if you actually have a situation where the two parties are familiar with both sets of data and there is an unbiased moderator to ensure that, three people don't start shouting obscenities over the one, proponent for the minority theory, this isn't a debate. This is ridiculous, but I'll hang in there. I'll keep going with you guys just because it's comical to see the levels that you must go to in order to defend your very fragile and 100% debunked paradigm.
If
No
you got a
proof
clock,
of anything, man. I'm sorry, it's so frustrating.
There's
No,
plenty
it's
of
frustrating because there's three people talking over me and you won't let me finish a fucking sentence. That's frustrating.
All right.
Answer a
We'll
question.
shut up. We'll shut up. You go. You go.
Okay. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with the University of Sydney Castro. It's a legitimate college, the University of Sydney.
In
Okay.
Australia?
Yeah. So there's a undergraduate astrophysicist named Cleo Loy. She's a contemporary, mainstream astrophysicist, and she recently imaged what are called plasma tubes in the lower magnetosphere. And she actually got 3D animations of them, so that's something that you might want to look at. And she's not a flat earther, but the point is that there certainly are different layers of atmosphere, electromagnetic fields, and even ionized plasma up in the sky. And if you guys don't know this, light actually doesn't always travel in straight lines. It actually
Morgow, can you
bends
prove
around.
the flat
Morgow,
Earth,
yeah,
man?
can you please refrain from stop starting everything you say? I don't know if you guys know this. I don't know if you guys have seen this, because we all heard you already say earlier, you're on the other show, the average person just looks at this and throws their hands up and walks away.
If you daft fuckers understood anything, you'd realize the reason I asked whether you were on the same page with me in terms of light bending was because just a few moments prior, when I mentioned that the light from the sun may be bending through these different layers of atmosphere, you basically laughed at me and called me stupid.
if I could finish, of course the days are 24 hours, but my point is that what we look up in the sky and see as the sun doesn't necessarily mean the sun is directly in that direction, because
Oh God.
what y'all don't seem to understand is that the light from the sun is passing through different layers of electromagnetic fields and ionized
This is all
plasma.
conjecture, dude.
This is all conjecture, dude. This is all conjecture, dude. This is all conjecture, dude.
No,
This is
light.
all conjecture.
Yeah, Morgile. What we don't seem to understand, what you don't seem to understand is everything you just said right there for the last 30 seconds is absolute unprovable bullshit. Absolute unprovable bullshit. Absolute unprovable bullshit. Absolute unprovable bullshit. Absolute unprovable bullshit.
And the thing that you don't seem to understand is everything that I said in terms of light, especially sunlight passing through different layers of media, most certainly bends, is scientific fact. And you guys are covered in bullshit. Period. It's scientifically proven that light bends under different conditions, including the density of the air, barometric pressure. All sorts of different conditions can cause light to bend, especially electromagnetic fields, ionized plasma, different layers of atmosphere. So it's almost like pulling teeth having a conversation with you people, because not only are you completely ignorant, but in order to verify that you're following with me, you attack me as if you are not ignorant, even when you have just demonstrated that you are 100% ignorant. So hopefully you follow me, but I highly doubt it.
So we already know that you're not the average person. You're above it. So stop leading every fucking sentence with, I don't know if you guys have known this yet. Because it's annoying and it's bullshit and you fucking know it, Morgile.
Well, the reason I said that is because you guys are assuming that the sun travels in perfect circles above the earth.
You just said to us you weren't sure if we knew light could bend, bro. Like,
When in fact, when I just mentioned that light can bend, you called me, quote, full of complete conjecture and, quote, absolute bullshit. So I must clarify myself to people who are calling scientific fact bullshit, and that would apply to you. You people, you Globbers, are the anti-science idiots. I'm just saying, just pointing that out for you, because it happens to be the truth.
oh my God, man.
Right, but if you guys...
Morgile, I didn't know if you know this, but did you know when you wake up in the morning, sometimes you take a piss and a shit? I don't know if you knew that, but...
Well, that would make sense if you said that. If you said that. If you said that. Well, that would make sense if you said that. If I said people don't take pisses and shits, but I never said that.
Morgile, I'm using it at... Nobody said you said that, dude. I'm using it as an example, and you know that.
It's a
you know, Morgile.
It's a poor analogy because you guys are going on the assumption.
Okay, dude. Can you prove?
The whole point these idiots failed to realize is that the only reason I was clarifying my statement about light bending is because they had called me a, quote, I don't even want to have to quote them, just basically a lying conjecture full of shit idiot. And so now they're taking the stance that, oh, of course light bends, shows that they are going to argue against me no matter what I say. And that's the issue with debating, well, idiots, but Globbers in particular.
If you said that...
The flat Earth, that was question number one, and we're dancing
Yeah,
around
we're still
trying
on
to
that.
collect information.
Sure. I'm trying... First, I had to defend myself against my fan funding
Okay, well,
page.
go ahead.
Now I'm trying to explain to you...
Okay, I don't need an explanation. Go ahead.
Scientifically, that light bends around different media.
No. Flat Earth, prove it.
Okay, so let me just do a screen show real quick.
Okay.
So I can show you. Can you see my screen?
Hold on. It's probably on a delay. There you go.
Okay, so this is just a very rough outline of the heliocentric model. It's not to scale, but it's to show you guys a premise.
So we're poking holes in the heliocentric model. Are
Well-
we going to prove flat Earth with your umpteen reasons, like you said on Tiger Dan video, where you put fucking horns on him, you motherfucker?
Ooh, so I'm a mofo for putting horns on Tiger Dan because he's a frickin' idiot shill. That's not what this is about. This is about a debate. This is about a scientific argument. This is about trying to show you idiots the plain, simple truth. But instead of cleaning the wax out of your ears and listening and paying attention and entertaining hypotheses, which is science, you want to ridicule me, mock me, not let me finish a sentence, and then essentially accuse me of, well, following the scientific method. So what does that say about you? Sweep the leg, Johnny.
If you said that, if you said that,
Can you prove what you say or not?
have you guys ever seen a scientific demonstration, or do you just argue vulgarly constantly?
No. We've seen your conjecture. We've seen all your trash and your paint little fucking pictures, all right, dude? I'm trying to ask you. You have umpteen fucking things that can prove the flat Earth. So please,
Sure. Yeah. Okay, so let's start with this first one. Here's the sun in the heliocentric model.
No. You have to prove flat Earth, not that the heliocentric model doesn't work, okay?
No, not okay. You challenged me to a debate with no moderator, 3 versus 1. I think I'm allowed to make one single point if you don't mind. Why is it that you're so afraid of me making this point? In order to disprove the heliocentric model, I'm going to have to make some points and show some basic diagrams. In order to prove the flat Earth, you first must understand that the heliocentric model doesn't work, and I can demonstrate that time and time again. Again, if you would open your ears for 10 seconds instead of laughing like a hyena and listening to yourself talk. If you wanted to listen to yourself talk, then you shouldn't have invited me to this so-called debate, which is just it's just a sausage party full of ignorant fools.
What are you talking about?
On here, motherfucker.
Yo, you know what's funny? You know what I noticed? For people that hate the heliocentric model, you seem to love to go to it all the fucking time. I mean, it's so ridiculous, bro. Show us how you prove the flat model.
I don't hate the heliocentric model. I just don't. I don't like
Can
things
we stop
that are
talking
live.
about trash and get to how you prove the flat Earth?
Because
Absolutely.
I disproved it yesterday.
Oh, you disproved it yesterday, but you can't disprove it today. What, you only make a ravioli on Tuesdays? I'm half Italian, by the way, or an eighth Italian, so I'm allowed to make, Italian jokes. But if you have any proof for curvature or axial rotation, come out with it. But I will warn you that if you try to utter a word, I'm just going to start screaming that you're a liar, because there is no curvature, nor is there axial rotation. And by the way, the reason we must go to the heliocentric model time and time again is because that is what you believe. That is your paradigm. That is your belief system that is founded on conjecture, theory, and lies. So yes, step 1 in this is disproving your utterly false, ridiculous, preposterous theory that you've subscribed to since you were a toddler. That is step 1. Unfortunately, the lot of you are too daft to understand this, and I'm fixing to just cut this thing off. I just can't bear to stand the ignorance that just emanates from your aura. I feel like if I edit this video any further, that I'll become just a bit stupider. And that isn't even a word, so I think I've seen evidence for this already. I might have to stop this early because you 3 gentlemen are, about as dumb as 3 boxes of rocks.
With many
And
examples.
here's where more God's like, absolutely. Now here's where I show you some more screen shares of the heliocentric model.
Here's my paint picture here, and this proves that the heliocentric model doesn't work. Okay, can you prove it, bro?
Yeah, absolutely.
This is what I did with Mark Sargent.
And-
If you
All right,
don't
let
get
him
it-
prove it. Let him prove it. Let's go. Let him go.
This is in design, it's not paint, so just a minor correction there. So if this is the sun
My
in the
God.
heliocentric model, here's the Earth, let's say that's winter, and here's the Earth, let's say that's summer. Let's just say this is the equator, and that's the equator. Now, if you're standing here on the equator, looking straight up at a 90-degree angle from the axis of rotation, so okay, to be at a tilt. So if you're at the equator looking straight up, the stars overhead are going to be way over here off and to the left. This is what I was trying to explain to you guys, and it sort of needs a diagram. Now, 6 months later, travel around the sun 6 months, and in that same position at midnight, looking straight up, you're going to be looking way down in this way. Now, if you could please explain to me how it's possible to see all of the same stars from winter to summer, then I'll shut up and I'll go back to being a globe earther.
Who's a globe earther?
Well, I thought you guys were.
Some of us.
Okay.
I don't know how many times I have to say that I'm not. Honestly, I think it'd be really cool to prove that it was flat, but you still haven't done that yet. I'm waiting. All you did is ask a question that you know, what you guys always love to do. Ask your little bullshit conjecture questions and think that that proves flat.
Just so you know, in a debate, you are allowed to ask questions. Typically, it's not 3 against 1, and typically questions are answered, not ridiculed. So you fuckers are just terrible at this whole debate thing. But the point of the question is, how can you possibly see any of the same stars if you say the globe on the left of the sun in this image is winter, and the globe on the right of the sun in this image is summer? Visible space should be 2 completely opposite ends of the universe, especially from an equatorial area, and yet we can see all of the same stars and constellations from season to season, year after year, and this one single point alone disproves heliocentrism. So, with that being said, you don't have a model, you Globers. Now, I don't know what you are, and yes, I can prove the flat Earth, but for crying out loud, it took an hour and 40 minutes for me to make one single point, and you stupid fuckers fail to even realize that it demolishes your paradigm. And that is the level of mass ignorance we must deal with. And there's no point in it. You're lost. You are so entranced and entrenched in the global lie, the sphere of scientifical influence, that you are blind to the truth, the plain, simple truth that is directly in front of your face. And this great deception, this strong delusion, has you thinking yourself to be very wise, and yet you are indeed extremely foolish.
This isn't conjecture. This is a demonstration of how the heliocentric. This is just one demonstration of how the heliocentric model couldn't possibly produce observable reality.
All right, since you can't answer a question,
dude,
the number one question, we're still dancing around. Let me screen share something to you. All right?
Well, I guess so. You're not going to let me finish. I mean, why am I even here?
No,
Maybe you guys should just go do a show.
Dude, because you can't even answer one question.
I was going to let him finish. I don't mind.
Yeah, I mean, really, what the fuck? I mean, what's
no,
y'all's
it's
deal?
Cool. No, it's fine. Let him finish. I want to let him finish so he can't say that we didn't let him finish. Let him finish because that will make us look horrible.
Doing?
Fuck it. I mean, fuck it. We've seen it all before, but
the globe.
Yeah,
that's
exactly right. That's exactly right. This is total disproof of the globe. This is just one thing, but the fact is we can see many of the same stars, many of the same constellations directly overhead from the equator in winter and summer and spring and autumn, and that's physically impossible because the stars during the winter would be millions of or thousands of light years this way, and the stars during the summer would be thousands of light years this way.
So that means it's flat. So that's proof that it's flat. So if it's not a globe, it's proof that it's flat.
That means the Earth isn't a spinning globe.
So how do you feel about precession, Morgile? I want to ask that question. How do you feel about precession?
Precession of the equinoxes?
Precession of the stars, of the constellations. And I want to specifically ask, do you think that Taurus, representing Abraham in the Bible, is wrong? Do you feel that Aries, representing Moses, is wrong in the Bible? Do you feel that Pisces is wrong, representing Jesus in the Bible? And do you feel that Aquarius is wrong, representing the next constellation, the next era in the Bible? Because it's in there. Precession's real. Precession happens. It's represented. And I want to know how you feel in those regards. In a not necessarily a biblical standpoint, but from where you stand, I don't know, if the so-called, if the Bible references it, and shit, it must be true, right?
Well,
You said you were a Christian.
And I'm just going to go ahead and interject here because I'm pretty sure they're just going to start screaming over me before I have a chance to answer. But I'm a Christian in a sense that I'm a follower of Christ. I'm not a Christian in a sense that I practice the pagan sun worshiping cults that are, Catholicism, Orthodox churches, and even Presbyterian and Protestant churches are now falling in line with the Vatican, which many, many years ago, during the reign of Emperor Constantine, saw Christianity as a threat and decided to co-opt Christianity. And essentially what they did is they sort of, over time, inserted and supplanted the old ancient mystery religions right into Christianity. And so we have a blending of sort of pseudo-Christianity and 100% pagan mystery religions, including things like Easter, which goes back to Ishtar, which is the pagan fertility goddess, where they would dye the eggs of sacrificed virgins on the spring equinox. And so it is entities like the Catholic Church who have brought these sort of pagan practices and rites into Christianity. Now you have real idiots like Peter Joseph who take these supplanted connections to occult themes within Christianity and try to say that Christianity is an occult organization. Now, Christ was completely against organized religion, and so for you to try and put words in my mouth and say precession is religion and therefore it must be true is a lie. You must be a Catholic, I would imagine, because I don't worship the stars. I think astronomy is an interesting thing, and I think astrology is an interesting thing, but that's about the size of it. I think the lights in the night sky are secondary to our massive, awesome, beautiful, and balanced world, and I think that your ideas and assumptions of what space is are completely misguided and totally incorrect. And I can list a number of reasons why, but you folks tend to not listen, and obviously you have not watched my videos because you've failed to refute any of the points that I've raised in the hundreds of videos that I've made, and I refuse to make the same points over and over and over again, especially to a group of three well less than average intelligent assholes who fail to let me make a single point in over an hour and a half.
No, I don't. I don't believe the King James Bible at all, and I think that I know for sure that the constellations were just star patterns that were designed to aid people in navigation. You have to have recognizable star patterns in order to navigate manually. And
so they were designed. All the star constellations and everything were designed by some group of builders to just aid people.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, all right.
But not God.
You have proof. You have proof of that, though, right?
Well, absolutely. Yeah.
Just because it's there and it helps people navigate, that's your proof, correct? Some higher power must have built it. A bunch of builders, some Anunnaki, put the stars there so we can help navigate.
No, that's ridiculous.
Well, that's what it sounds like you're saying, Morgile.
Okay, first of all, I'll go on the record and say that whoever just made that comment, and I still don't know who any of these three idiots are, which one is which, and I guess one of them is sort of being nicer and claiming that he'd like to hear me finish, but the stars are up in the sky randomly, and ancient astronomers were very meticulous watchers of the stars, and they essentially made patterns out of stars that were nearby one another in order to make sense of it all. Think of it this way. Throw a million darts at a wall, and they're all the same color darts. And they're not all equidistantly spread out. Some of them are clustered together in certain patterns, and some of them are clustered together in other patterns. But what you could do in order to make it easier to sort of categorize these darts in your wall is to find clusters that resemble familiar creatures such as a bull or a snake, or you might need to get a little bit imaginative, but unique star patterns were used in order to know which stars are which, instead of trying to memorize billions and billions of stars on their own, it's much easier to categorize them in constellations, which are recognizable groups. So, whatever the stars are, I don't think that they were necessarily placed in constellation order for that purpose. I think that it is the human mind that was clever enough to pick out recognizable figures in the night sky in order to aid them in navigation and in studying the stars. The fact that you people fail to understand that point is very disheartening, because I thought you people understood science, but apparently you're like, what, did you guys not even attend middle school? I was in gifted classes and AP classes all the way through high school. Went to college. Am I debating, like, what? Are you guys literally still in the sandbox, or what are we doing here?
I don't know where you're coming from. No, what I'm telling you is there's lots and lots of stars in the sky, and if you're going to navigate manually and navigate by the stars, it's sort of hard to pick out one star from the other unless you put them in recognizable patterns that people can point to.
All right, yeah, so you're saying that somebody put the stars purposely in those recognizable patterns, correct?
Well, no,
Some
somebody.
entity.
No,
Dude, no,
that's
no,
not
no,
what
no,
I'm
no,
saying at
no.
all.
Guys. The sun rises over, what, 2,000 something year cycles and specific constellations. Precession has been observed. How do you disprove precession?
Okay, we're jumping from one point to another. You guys are really way all over the place. The first point is one of you idiots was trying to say that my claim was that some supernatural being placed the stars in the sky, and specifically the order that they're in, so that we could have little scorpions and fishes and Taurus and Aquaries in the sky in that order. No, what I'm telling you is that the constellations are a human construct of existing stars in order to help us track them. That's it, period. Then you're changing the subject back to precession, or precession of the equinoxes, and all that is regression. In your model, the Earth spins around once per day, and in the flat Earth model, the firmament or the stars or even just the ether spins around once per day. However, the background stars are spinning relatively stationary to one another. The wandering stars, or the planets, are spinning around the North Pole concentrically, not around the globe. In the flat Earth model, the wandering stars are spinning at a different speed than the background stars, although they also make a full circuit in a single evening. And when we talk about the orbit of a planet in the flat Earth model, we're not actually talking about planets such as Jupiter taking 11.86 years to go around the sun. It takes Jupiter about 11.86 years to make its full regression in relation to the background stars. So, in other words, Jupiter does sort of travel around in concentric circles with the North Pole, although it's a little bit more of an elliptical orbit with the case of Jupiter. It still basically follows along with the background stars. You would barely notice the difference between, say, Jupiter and the background stars. However, over 11.86 years, Jupiter will make a full regression traversing through the relative background stars. That's why they call them the wandering stars. Just to give you an example of how this works in the flat Earth model. See, you think it's a planet going around the sun every 11.86 years, when really it's just like all the other stars making a circuit overhead every single night, and yet it regresses in its orbit, and it takes 11.86 years to make a full loop in that regression or precession. But to answer your question, the precession of the equinoxes is just these stars traveling at a slightly different rate than the sun. It's the same exact thing as a sidereal day versus a solar day, only it's applied to a flat Earth model. The fact that you people think that certain observations, such as the precession of the equinoxes, are only possible on a globe Earth model is half of your problem, because indeed the precession of the equinoxes is 100% possible on a flat Earth model. However, you fail to see it because you failed to do the research. And I'll take this a step further and guide you to the Facebook page where you can win $5,000 to disprove NASA's own data, which shows that specific eclipses, well, all eclipses, but especially some specific eclipses, are physically impossible to have their traces or their signatures across certain portions of the globe. And if you guys are so good at math and you're so sure the Earth is a globe, why don't you go earn an easy $5,000? Go check out the Facebook page, $5,000 NASA Eclipse Challenge, and if you can do that, then there you go. But until you guys prove curvature, until you guys prove axial rotation, until you guys prove really any of the tenets of your model, you've got nothing except to try to overshout me and shut me up, which only works for so long. When this becomes an accepted truth, you stupid fuckers are going to look redonkulous.
And I want to know that, because if you disprove precession, then essentially you're saying that all the people in the Bible are wrong, because they all represent constellations in the zodiac.
The people in the Bible are all wrong because they all represent constellations in the zodiac. What Bible are you reading? I really don't have any idea what you're talking about. You're reading the Peter Joseph Zeitgeist Bible? Is that what you're reading? Astrology is Wiccan bullshit. It's like a tarot card reading. It's ridiculous. There may be something to it, but for you to say that astrology is some sort of fundamental pillar of the Bible, and to disagree with the precession of the equinoxes, which I never did, the precession of the equinoxes apparently does occur over long periods, and yes, we are entering the age of Aquarius, but what you don't seem to understand is that the precession of the equinoxes is not exclusive to a globe and has nothing to do with Christianity whatsoever. I'm a follower of Christ. I observe the Ten Commandments. I try to do unto others as I would have them do unto me. I try to love my enemy and love my neighbor, and I try to help people that are in need when I can. And for you to say that this has something to do with astrology, again, I'm not sure what Bible you're reading. You must be reading some sort of Catholic canon that is completely irrelevant to Christianity and the Bible. And in fact, I believe that Jesus really was anti-religion completely. He's the one that took down the Pharisees even after he was crucified. But that's a story for another day. I'm not sure where you're going with the precession of the equinoxes, me being in disagreement with it, which I'm not, and somehow that making me not a Christian. You guys sound extremely confused, and I'm really not sure where you're coming from on any of this. I thought this was a scientific discussion to go over, curvature and axial rotation, and so far I've been able to make one single point when you guys laugh out loud calling me stupid for saying that light bends, and then calling me pompous for trying to clarify with you that you do understand that light bends. So, whatever on y'all. I about had enough of this, but I'll see how much longer I can bear it.
And I want to know how you disprove it. I would really like to know that.
Would you mind saying a verse, because I've never heard that, and I think that trying to apply biblical arguments to this scientific debate is ridiculous.
This isn't scientific. You have a 2D representation, and you're trying to prove what? Where are we on the globes, dude, that you're having that is not spinning, that is 2D? What the fuck is this proving, dude?
First of all, what you cackling automatons fail to realize is that it's a simple diagram of the heliocentric model. Now, I'm not sure if you're aware of this or not, but the ecliptic or the solar plane is, well, it's a plane. So the Earth goes around the sun on a plane in the heliocentric model. That means you can adequately model summer and winter in a 2D diagram very adequately, exactly as I've done it. Now, you don't have to get into spectacular 3D models in order to demonstrate a simple principle. I can demonstrate a simple principle with a marker on a cocktail napkin. The fact that you people laugh at me and try to discredit this obvious, blatant evidence that cannot be argued with goes to show that you're willfully ignorant. There's no sense in having a debate with you, and I should have cut this thing off a long time ago. However, I know that if you forfeit a debate, you lose, and I know for a fact that I would never lose a debate with you under any sort of fair circumstances in a debate, because the truth can never be disproven, and the absurd, preposterous lies that you adhere to religiously are very easily debunked. And, ha 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 at you frickin' hyena.
If you said that, well, if you
It's
let
not
me
proving
finish,
flat Earth, which I asked the question.
if you
said
let
you
me,
had umpteen
I haven't even
reasons.
been able to finish this one
Oh,
simple.
no. This isn't proving flat Earth. Okay? I don't care about you
No,
poking holes in the heliocentric model.
No,
I'm asking you how many times now to prove
Or
flat
he's trying to do
one
the same thing that they all do.
of
He's
flat
trying to go through like 10 things about the globe model and show you how the globe model can't work the way
how
they
they
tell
don't
us it does.
understand on a 2D
So-
model. Okay, that's how it is. I'm just going to show you a 2D model without the Earth spinning. It's on the other side here. I'm not going to show you where you are on the fucking Earth. I'm just
Okay,
going
so
to show
what do
you
you
a
want me to
2D
do?
model.
Do you want me to spend 5 hours making a 3D model, or can we keep it simple? You guys are
No,
smart guys.
I want you to spend 10 minutes to prove the flat Earth without poking holes in the heliocentric model.
Okay, and I want you to fry me up an omelet without cracking any eggs, you frickin' wise ass.
Yeah, because you know what though, and he is right, Morgile, when he says that really shouldn't be necessary. Because if the Earth was flat, like you claim that it is, you shouldn't even have to think about the heliocentric model. You should just be able to prove that it's fucking flat.
You, sir, unfortunately are wrong in your premise. I have proved time and time again in my own videos, over 100 of them, that the Earth couldn't possibly be a spinning globe. It's very easy to prove that the Earth is flat and stationary, but the very first thing that you must do in order to prove this to somebody is to show them their belief system doesn't work. I'm saying this till I'm blue in the face, but I really don't care what you people think of my methodology of debate. I'm allowed to make a point. You refuse to let me make a point. You're setting boundaries in terms of I'm not allowed to ask questions. I'm not allowed to debunk the heliocentric model. If you guys have ever heard of anything called a debate or a court of law, the entire premise is to poke holes into your opponent's theory or into your opponent's narrative. That is the basic fundamental tactic of any debate or scientific debate or trial by law. I really don't understand where you guys have your education. I mean, I guess you still, like, your utmost education is, like, what are you, do you toss the pizza dough into the air and catch it still? Or did you ever better yourself with any further education? Because there's no sense in debating your 5-year-old brother about Santa Claus, because, of course, 5-year-old brother doesn't want to hear anything that disproves Santa Claus. He wants to believe Santa Claus, so you better not disprove Santa Claus if you want to disprove Santa Claus. Yeah.
Beating up the heliocentric model does not need to be part of that. But for some reason, you feel the need that it does because you want to lead people down a hole and show them 5 things that don't work that they tell us it does, so that you can open their mind and then say, so look at the shit that I found that does work. It's nonsense, Morgile, and it's
No, unfortunately, you are nonsense. Your entire show is nonsense. Your tactic to try to discredit my arguments are nonsense. Your tactic to try to prevent me from making a point is nonsense. This was not a debate. It wouldn't have been a debate even if you would have had a 4th member, Red's Rhetoric, to attend the farce. Yes, this is I have a prerogative as a public speaker or as a guest on your show to present the evidence as I see fit. I'm not going to allow you to censor my thought processes or my explanation of things because you don't want to hear it. That's not how this works. If you believe that the moon was made of cheese, what would I need to prove that the moon wasn't made of cheese? Would it be adequate for me to prove that the moon couldn't possibly be made of cheese because there's no cheese factories at that high altitude? Or would I need to physically, fly to the moon, if that's even possible, scoop up a piece of it, and then bring back a piece of non-cheese? Well, how would you know that I didn't just, or wouldn't just go down to the nearest cheese store and buy some cheese and prove to you that the moon is indeed made of cheese? There is a step-by-step process in the scientific method and in a scientific debate, and usually step one in that is to develop one's premise or to showcase one's premise. And the conventional accepted premise involves the Earth being a spinning globe, and whilst a person believes that's a viable model for the world and the universe, then it's really very difficult to show them a contrary model. So, if you wanted to have me on your show to discuss this, that's fine. But if you wanted to have me on the show to say what you wanted me to say, then you should have just had your own show. And I would have gone and done something productive, such as clip the little knots off of my dog's belly, instead of, lose brain cells hanging out with the three of you. I don't know. Did you guys take the short bus to school? Is that it? It was like Tweedledee, Tweedledum, and Bobo and Little Devil.
Are you guys afraid? Are you guys really afraid to let me finish this point?
Finish. Let him finish, please.
Finish it, and Timmy, if you can, finish it, and Timmy, if you could screen share my proof that flat Earth's bunk afterwards, I would love that.
I'm gonna turn off my mic, and I'm gonna let him.
Yeah, we can go back and forth. This is a discussion. I thought this was going to be a scientific debate.
Scientific at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Why not? Actually,
yeah, dude, and you were just talking a bunch of shit, man. So I don't understand why you're acting all calm now and showing 2D models when we said, please prove the...
Again, 2D is adequate to represent the sun and the earth in winter and summer in the heliocentric model. Because why? Drumroll, because the Earth supposedly orbits the Sun on the ecliptic, which is the solar plane. Even though the Earth is supposedly tilted at a 23.4 degree off of the vertical axis, 66.6 degrees off of the horizontal axis, the Earth supposedly orbits the Sun at the same plane all the time. Furthermore, the Moon essentially orbits the Earth on the same ecliptic plane, according to the heliocentric model, proving conclusively that your claim that a basic diagram of the Earth going around the Sun from winter to summer cannot adequately be represented in a 2D model is beyond preposterous. It shows that you have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. And that involves the model of the universe that you actually believe in. Theoretical flights of fancy and complete conjecture and hyperbole, yet it's touted as fact throughout all scientific communities and science books that you'll ever find anywhere. The moon's orbit is at a 5-degree inclination towards the ecliptic. Now, one thing that I found interesting is that the entire ecliptic itself is allegedly wedged into the Milky Way galaxy's equator at a 60-degree angle, according to the heliocentric model. But of course, this is all ridiculous because, again, we can prove no curvature and axial rotation, leaving the idea of solar frames of references or galactic frames of references beyond preposterous. It's an exercise in futility and insanity.
Flat Earth, not poke holes in the fucking heliocentric model, dude.
Do you guys agree that So wait a minute. So do you guys believe that we live on a spinning globe, right?
It doesn't fucking matter. Stop asking questions. We're the ones asking you questions. You're the one making a giant claim saying that the Earth is motherfucking flat. Not only that, you're saying that it's geocentric. So please give proof of that.
Okay.
Not poking holes, okay? We get all your little fucking bullshit, dude.
No, this isn't bullshit. This is
Yes,
reality.
it is. It's a 2D model in a 3D world,
It
all
doesn't
right?
matter.
So
It doesn't
throw it
matter
in
if
the
it's
trash can.
2D.
Thank you for 3 circles on a fucking on a Adobe, dude.
Morgile, just do us a favor and skip to the part, because we've all seen this shit for a year now. Skip to the part where you show us the proof that the world is flat. I mean, that's...
Obviously, you guys have not seen this, because if you had seen this, then we wouldn't be sitting here arguing. If you would open your ears and open your eyes for 10 seconds and just give this thing a skeptical look, which, by the way, is the definition of science, then you might have a chance of understanding the truth. But your refusal to look at this, and that's provable, because I know for a fact that you haven't looked at this, otherwise we wouldn't be having this argument, so that proves to me conclusively that you don't understand what the point is I'm trying to make. So, with that being said, this conversation so far has gotten absolutely nowhere, because you, whoever you guys are, won't even tell me what you believe. And it's very difficult to disprove something to somebody when you don't understand what it is that they believe.
Really what I want.
Let him go with whatever he needs. And
yeah, because
I'll set down my headphones for 10, 20 minutes.
Talking over me and not paying attention and not trying to understand what I'm saying, then this is a fucking waste of time.
I've been trying. All right.
You got 3 circles. You got 3 circles.
Okay.
And 2 lines, all right?
Yeah.
Throw that in the trash can and prove
simple.
flat Earth.
Let him go. Let him go. 10 minutes. Let him go.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that.
No, dude. I'm fucking done with this, man. Seriously, if you can't answer the fucking question, you said you had umpteen reasons why the Earth is flat.
You guys are really something, I'll tell you.
Morgile, let me just explain to you that they're frustrated because we've seen all the stuff.
Lies. Because if you had seen all of this stuff, then you wouldn't possibly be sitting here arguing with me. Because all of the physical evidence that anyone who cares to verify and scrutinize and repeat and test and retest, anything that you care to try to prove the Earth to be either a spinning sphere or a stationary plane, always points to and proves conclusively that the Earth couldn't possibly be a spinning sphere of any sort, and is indeed a stationary plane. Now, the fact that you fail to see this is disturbing, but the fact that you insist on me essentially skipping step 1 altogether, which is to show you that your entire model of reality is completely wrong, then I'm sorry. Why did you invite me on here? Why don't you do the show by yourself?
Like, we've all been in this for a year, and we've watched your stuff. But, like, so we know that the next 4 or 5 things that you're going to go over to show us, like, we've seen a lot of it, and we're just frustrated because it's like, dude.
Okay, so if you've watched all my stuff, which there's quite a lot, and I won't hold you to it, let's say you watched 90% of it, I'd be happy with that. Why is it that you don't refute any of the proofs and claims and experiments that I've shown to prove conclusively that the Earth is a stationary plane? If it's so obvious and if it's such a spinning sphere of an Earth, then why do you completely fail to even acknowledge any of the valid points and try to find counter arguments? You ignoring me and you ignoring the proofs isn't science. That shows you as a biased observer.
If the world was flat, you don't need to even talk about a ball. If my dick was 20 inches big, I wouldn't need to talk about anything else. I would just pull it out and show you. End of story. You see what I'm saying? Now, that is a good metaphor. Now, pull it out and show us. You see what I'm saying?
Well, first of all, that's just a little bit perverted and disgusting. But, I could say the same thing to you because, again, I've made over 100 videos over the last 9 or 10 months conclusively proving that the Earth isn't a spinning globe. Now, forgive me if I've missed something here, but I don't think any of you guys have made one single video proving that the world has curvature or axial rotation. This is the basics. Now, if the world has axial rotation or curvature, then we can start looking at things like solar velocities, galaxies, gravity, and so on. But until you can demonstrate the never proven, never measured, never detected theory of gravity and curvature, then your position in this argument is one of not a leg to stand on. This isn't a debate because you are in a complete position of ignorance. It would be as if I were to debate a blind man about his favorite color. It's not an even playing field because you are ignorant of the truth. You claim to have watched all my videos and you claim to have debunked the flat earth yesterday. That's very convenient. But I can tell you right now that the lot of you, maybe not all of you, but at least one of you is a shill. You're going to argue the globe earth regardless. That's your tactic. Your tactic is to convince people that this is a stupid topic for stupid morons, and you debunked it yesterday, and that works to a degree, but unfortunately, the wealth of empirical evidence, the never-ending mountains of repeatable experiments and empirical evidence prove conclusively that you guys are dead wrong. And until you can come up with some form of physical evidence for axial rotation or curvature of the Earth, then your position is moot, and any debate with you is an exercise in futility with an equivalent relevance as the dream of a fart. Your heliocentric model is a theoretical fantasy that has been debunked 100%. The fact that you fail to look at this and acknowledge a valid point when it is made just shows that you are a willfully ignorant, biased observer. There's no sense in debating you, and the fact that you claimed you won this debate, it just goes to show what type of a character you are. First of all, it wasn't a debate because none of you are familiar with the subject matter, otherwise you would have refuted some of my points other than something I might have said about the police kicking in my door, which I really don't even know what you're talking about. I have made claims that this truth is so important to me that I could die tomorrow and I would have a fulfilled life just because I knew the truth and shared it with someone. Now, if you're splitting hairs on something so trite and yet you fail to bring up or refute any of the many proofs that I've showcased and demonstrated in several videos and experiments, just goes to show that you're a liar. You haven't watched my videos. You're arguing these points for the sake of arguing the points, and until you show evidence of curvature or axial rotation, then it would be as if I was debating a blind man about his favorite color. You are not in a position to debate this because you are ignorant of half of the discussion. I, on the other hand, am familiar with both models, and therefore, although I would love to teach you about this, while you plug your ears and close your eyes and sing la 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 la, it makes it a bit difficult to show you things, and since you guys are, at least most of you are very vulgar and kind of dicks, where is my motivation to teach you anything? I do want you to know the truth, and I think it's important that you know the truth, but, if you continue to disrespect me, then, go figure it out on your own. Or go live stuck to the side of a spinning theoretical sphere. It makes no difference to me. But don't call me stupid for trying to point out the obvious truth that you are completely blind to due to a lifetime of programming that you are apparently completely unaware of. I'm sorry. I really am sorry for you. I feel bad for you, and I hope that you one day wake up to this, and I hope that you one day apologize for your behavior. But until then, I don't. None of you have my respect, and so far, whichever the three of you it was that claimed you were with me this whole time, trying to, sort of have my back. Well, you really did a poor job. You were not a very good moderator whatsoever, if that was your function, because until now, I barely got a word in edgewise between the three of yous.
Pull it out and show us.
Are you guys done?
Dude, if you go back into the fucking bullshit model you got going right here, I swear to God, dude, I will come to your little trailer park, all right? I'll knock you over your fucking stupid
Hey, why
ass
don't you come on? Why don't you come on down, dude?
Come on over. I sound like a reverb faggot. You know what, dude? Prove flat Earth or shut the fuck up.
Oh, man.
Do it. Let's go. Not little three circles.
Are you guys done talking about your dicks and talking about where I live? And
dude,
making threats that you're not going to fucking...
John, dude, yeah, John, I just use that as a metaphor, bro. You can try and twist that around. It was a metaphor, and it was a good one, and everybody in here knows it was. All right?
Okay, so here we go, and I'm going to fucking do this, and if you guys keep interrupting me, then just peace out, because there's no sense in talking to a bunch of fucking rabbits.
We don't want to see this trash, man.
You don't want to see your paradigm destroyed.
No.
I have no paradigm,
guys.
It's not about the heliocentric model.
Guys,
it's about flat Earth.
It is about the heliocentric model because the whole entire world believes it's true and it's fucking bullshit.
Okay, he asked you at the very fucking beginning, can you prove flat Earth? Okay, this is not proof of flat Earth. Maybe we're in a concave. All right, who knows? So let's prove flat Earth. Let's not poke holes. And how many times do I gotta fucking say it, dude? Seriously.
I could have already been on to 5 other things, but you fucking chicken in the hen.
Let him go, dude. Let him go. Let him go.
Dude, I don't want to fucking see this shit. This is
because it's gonna destroy your retarded little paradigm. That's why.
Poor guy. That's a nice narrative to suit, bro.
You guys see what I have up?
That's why he's frustrated. He's seen it, bro. And you know that, Morgile.
Better.
You guys see what I have up on the screen share?
He's screen sharing his fucking 2D.
Dude, Morgile, where's this going with the stars all the way off to the left, all the way off to the right, the winter and the summer? Where's it going? I want to know where it's going.
The point is, okay, here's the point.
Give him 1 minute, guys, 60 seconds to tell us where this is going. It's no big deal.
In the heliocentric model, you shouldn't be able to see the same stars overhead from the equator from summer to winter. The fact that we can see the same stars overhead from summer to winter and autumn and spring totally disproves your model. Period. End of story. You don't have a model that works.
So it's fine.
Fine. There's no model that works. Get ahead. You're untruthing everything without replacing it. Everything's a hoax. It's all fake. Okay.
I bet your parents used to beat the shit out of all of y'all. Here's the deal. Now that I finally got the first point out, I could have spent some time going over some very good evidence that the Earth is flat and stationary. I could have pulled out videos. I could have referenced some of my videos. I could have explained things to you in ways that you may not have considered them. But instead, we spent hours and hours just like pulling teeth trying to present one single point, while a lot of you acted like a bunch of baboons.
It doesn't work. Fine.
The heliocentric
now show us how yours does.
Work.
Now you're going to show us your map and how it works. Your model works.
Okay, sure. Well, I can give you a couple of examples.
Examples aren't showing. 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 Examples aren't showing.
On the flat Earth, we can see the North Star Polaris all night long, all year long, from year to year to year. Has nothing to do with parallax. It has to do with your line of sight.
And that's and you know that for a fact. You know there's no such thing as parallax. Okay, every scientist that has observed it, measured it.
Obviously, you missed the entire point because I stated parallax has nothing to do with it. In fact, the further you place the stars, including the North Star, the worse and worse this problem gets. And again, it has nothing to do with parallax. It has to do with our line of sight towards visible space not being possible in the heliocentric model in terms of the North Star Polaris remaining fixed above the magnetic North Pole. That's physically impossible in the heliocentric model, and the fact that you don't understand this doesn't make it any less of a proof. It just makes you guys even further ignorant than I had thought prior. When I say stellar parallax, what I mean is as we travel around the sun, traveling around the galaxy, traveling through space at a zillion miles an hour in the heliocentric model, we should see a great deal of stellar parallax due to some stars being just a few light years away to other stars in galaxy, so-called galaxy clusters being allegedly thousands of light years away. And so, yes, indeed, over time we should see major stellar parallax in terms of closer stars or nearer stars changing relative positions quickly, while the more distant stars, the much older light stars, changing relative distance much more slowly. And over time, we shouldn't just see a little bit of stellar parallax. Over the last few thousand years, since humans invented constellations based on observations of the heavenly bodies, the constellations have remained constant, hence the name. And so the idea of scientists allegedly witnessing stellar parallax is ridiculous. And indeed, we should see all sorts of major stellar parallax, especially over thousands of years, given the velocities of the galaxy itself, as well as other galaxies in the heliocentric model, which has already been debunked, by the way, which I'm not even sure why we're even discussing the heliocentric model anymore, because even that one point alone debunks it. By the way, I've got, did I mention I have over 100 videos showing good evidence for things like orbital mechanics being impossible, the idea of gravity not being exclusive to a spinning globe, and indeed being exclusive to a stationary plane, the idea of east-westbound flights being identical in duration to their return flight as impossible on a spinning globe. Lots and lots of evidence that just touches the surface. I was trying to get a little bit more into flat Earth astronomy with you because it is very important. However, it's sort of difficult to go over flat Earth astronomy with Globbers, with the intellectual equivalent of a congress of baboons with their pink asses sticking out in the air. And by the way, guys, part of this whole science thing is disproving or falsifying a principle or an idea or a hypothesis, and then moving on to other models to study. But first, you must disprove the conventionally accepted hypothesis, otherwise you're never going to get anywhere. The reason that you guys don't want to use the scientific method is because you fully realize that it's going to disprove the spinning globe Earth. So shame on you for being douchey.
Morgile right here, right now, is proclaiming that every single one of them is fucking not as smart as you, and you've discovered that parallax doesn't exist. Is that what you're saying, Morgile? Please tell me that's what you're saying.
What I'm saying is that for the last 500 years at least, people have assumed the Earth is a globe, and so they've made all the observations sort of crammed to fit into the
No. They have visibly, okay? Visibly. What about how about the transit of Venus?
The transit of Venus, therefore the Earth is a globe. You guys are brilliant. Brilliant. I gotta hand it to you. What about what goes up must come down, therefore we live on a spinning globe? Why didn't you say that one? What about the masts of ships as observed by Columbus? These are basic arguments that have fundamental answers that you guys fail to look at because you've decided long ago that this is a stupid topic for stupid morons, and therefore it doesn't deserve your attention to look into, right?
No. They have visibly, okay? Visibly. How about the transit of Venus?
Yeah, so of course he jumps from one thing to something totally different. Nobody is arguing that the wandering stars, aka Venus, are different than the stars in the night sky. However, you went from claiming all this evidence of stellar parallax to the transit of Venus. Now, here's the issue. Scientists claim to have measured stellar parallax, but if we were actually going around in loop de loops in giant circles, we should see stars changing relative positions, especially over millennia after millennia, but instead the constellations remain constant. What do you know? That's because there is no stellar parallax. These stars are not changing relative positions based on their distance from the Earth, according to the heliocentric model. So that means that these stars are essentially the same distance. They're essentially on the same plane, or they could be something of the non physical variety that may or may not have to adhere to certain laws of perspective and things of that nature. But the point is we do not see stellar parallax in terms of stars changing relative positions. That's why we have constellations.
The transit of Venus. So
Go ahead, Ed.
All right. Transit of Venus. It's most important. It exists. It happens.
It's visible.
It's a physical property.
It's sort of difficult to go over flat Earth astronomy with Globbers because they don't really understand the full premise. Again, it's like arguing against a blind man about his favorite color. It's impossible to do so because me, as a flat earther as well as a well-educated globe earther, I understand both sides of the argument, and I understand how different observations can be applied to both arguments, but I also know that there are several specific key arguments that can only be applied to a flat Earth and are exclusive to a flat stationary Earth, while there are zero arguments that are unique or exclusive to the spinning globe model. There just aren't such arguments.
It's a physical property.
Because in all of your omnipotence and third-hand knowledge graced to you by the lying Freemasons of NASA, you know all about Venus and its chemical makeup and its velocities and its ice caps and its gravitational fields. None of this has been proven, of course, but you know all about Venus, and this transit proves we live on a spinning globe is beyond ridiculous. If you throw bread into the water and a bunch of ducks come and eat the bread, does that make you a duck if you also eat the bread? It's the same logic. The transit of Venus, therefore we live on a spinning globe? Seriously? A similar declarative statement for your argument would be I can see birds flying around in the sky by flapping their wings. Therefore, if I flap my wings, I too will fly around in the sky. And you would call that science, even though you could never demonstrate flapping your wings and flying around in the sky. This is exactly the same thing as pointing to the so-called transit of Venus and saying, look, the transit of Venus, therefore our world is a spinning sphere. It's exactly the same illogic. You have the critical thinking skills of a severely retarded infant. And I don't mean that to be derogatory. I just mean that to be indicative of the standard educational process, which I refer to in short as OMDAF. It stands for Operation Make Everyone Dumb as Fuck. And I've actually made a video entitled that name, so you can probably find it. It's actually kind of interesting. Might learn a thing or two. Anyways, we'll continue. Ptolemy and ancient Chinese astronomer Gandhi or Zhizong, I can't remember, but at least Ptolemy predicted the orbital period of Jupiter, which was, I believe, 11.86 years in a geocentric, geostationary model. So, for you people to say that the transit of Venus proves a spinning sphere Earth is ridiculous. Astronomers have been tracking the stars and wandering stars with great accuracy long before the heliocentric model was ever postulated. Furthermore, the transit of Venus is not exclusive to the Earth being a spinning globe. In fact, the goings on of the heavenly bodies is completely separate to the goings on of the stationary plane Earth, the physical plane here on the ground where we rest permanently. We're not spinning. Venus is nothing like us. The transit of Venus across the sun is probably very interesting, but for you gentlemen to somehow take the leap of the transit of Venus, therefore we live on a spinning globe, is lacking all logic. There is no chain of logic. There isn't even any way to possibly construe that into a logical chain, because you're making assumptions that aren't even explained or proven or even attempted to be demonstrated, just because these assumptions are accepted, but you're way off. Way off. Another thing I'll tell you with confidence is that many of these so-called transits of Venus and other celestial alignments and events that are only visible by NASA's telescopes are actually CGI, or at least composite or artist rendering, so much of which you're pointing to here in terms of the transits of Venus may actually be total bull. Now, there could very well be a sphere or a disk, and I'm not saying the Earth is a disk orbiting the sun, but what I'm saying is there appears to be a sphere that you can call Venus transiting the sun. So I still fail to see how that proves that there's curvature or axial rotation here on the ground on the stationary physical plane. Looking into the night sky and trying to find answers and proofs about the shape and nature of our world is an exercise in pseudoscientific folly. You do understand that there's really, it's very difficult to draw of comparison the level of ignorance that you subscribe to and yet somehow convince yourself it is scientific.
Yep. Okay. Yeah.
So that
Okay.
proves.
So that proves that something's in the sky in between the Earth and the sun.
Okay.
Right. Okay. So let me ask you this question. Am I screen sharing right now?
I don't know. I'm not looking at it.
Well, that's fucking excellent.
Well, I need to pop over to the hangout if you just give me a second. Which one are you? Are you Bush Bin Laden, or who are you?
He's Ed, man, with the upside down
Ed.
head.
Okay, let me click on Ed.
You know what's really sad, bro? I find it sad that if you are, it's like if it's an act that you don't know who we are, and you haven't seen any of the videos, or you truly haven't.
No,
one
I
way or
don't
the
know.
other.
I don't know any of you guys.
Okay, you know what's really sad?
Missing out,
that
man.
like we actually research your shit, right? But you don't even fucking look at anything that like wants to debate you.
That is an outright lie that has been disproven by this very debate. The first time that I had learned that these cast of shady characters wanted to debate with me was I found out that they were saying that I was refusing to debate them. So the very evening that I found out about this alleged debate that I was dodging, I actually contacted these people and arranged to have the debate the very evening, and I stayed up very late to do this. And again, I will repeat this. They actually took it down from the comments, but one of the three, maybe they private messaged me, said that it was unfair because they didn't have their fourth comrade, Red's rhetoric, to make the debate fair. Because again, 4-on-1 would have made it fair, although I barely got a chance to make a single point, but we'll continue because, trying to reason with these fellers is like trying to reason with an infant.
And that's just fucking ridiculous. And so is that how you go into every interview, Morgile? You don't know anything about the people you're about to go in and fucking have an interview with, bro? For real? That's real professional. Real nice.
Okay, now hold on a minute. You were calling me a trailer trash, coin-begging moron.
You are.
I didn't say coin-begging moron.
You challenged me to a debate,
I didn't
And
say
so
at 3:30 in the
so I
morning, you
agreed, and
clown.
now you're saying because I don't know who all you guys
No.
are, then I'm stupid. How the
No,
fuck
no,
would I know who
Morgile.
you
I
fucking
said
ass?
it was disrespectful to come into a place you don't even know who people are. And we told you that we
Well,
were
you
trying to
didn't.
line
You
up
didn't
Red's
fucking.
rhetoric for a debate. We
You didn't.
told you before you came in here we didn't have them yet. We
Well,
were
you
trying to
didn't.
line
You
up
didn't
Red's
fucking.
rhetoric for a debate. We
You
told
didn't.
you before you came in here we didn't have them yet.
You didn't
Red's
fucking.
rhetoric,
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 You didn't
Red's
fucking.
rhetoric. We
Well,
were
you
trying to
didn't.
line up
You didn't
Red's
fucking.
rhetoric for a debate. We
You
told
didn't.
you before you came in here we didn't have them yet. We
Well,
were
you
trying to
didn't.
line up
You didn't
Red's
fucking.
rhetoric for a debate. We
You
told you before you came in here we didn't have them yet.
You
We
didn't
told you
fucking.
that.
You didn't fucking introduce yourself. So how the fuck should I know who you are?
My point to it is that if you
'Cause we're
care so
fucking
much
rock
about flat
stars.
Earth and shit, bro, how can you not know the people voices right now that have been talking about this that a lot of people have been talking about
'Cause he
the
sits in
comments
his
about the
trailer
shit
and
we've been
postulates and
exposing?
thinks
That's
that
the
he's right
point of
about
it, bro.
everything. 'Cause we're
Care so
fucking
much
rock
about flat
stars.
Earth,
Rock
about flat
stars.
Earth, so
Fucking
much
rock
about flat
stars.
Earth. Care so much about
rock
flat Earth.
Well, that little comment about
So much about flat, much about flat, much about flat, much about
has nothing to do with reality. I looked at your two channels, Cognitive Dissonance and Tim Osmond, and your most popular videos have 800 and 2,000 views, respectively. So typically rock stars have more than, well, let's just say, on average, 1,000 views on their most popular videos. So no, you guys are not rock stars unless perhaps you believe what your mother tells you on her way out to work every day to pay your bills and buy your diapers. I've never heard of you because I typically do not debate dogmatic religious zealots. It's just sort of a rule. But I even agreed to do your little debate because, well, I knew that if it was an actual debate that I would obviously win, but this was obviously not a debate at all. Not even close.
Give me their licenses, ID, toll tickets, report cards, notes from the teacher.
There you go, Judge. Traffic violation. Contravention of Village Bylaw 23, failing in the execution of a full stop at a place so marked. I recommend fine, bond, and release.
What else you want to do for him? Bake him a pie? Oh, he's going on and on. This court herewith binds you over for a further appearance to be held at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. We so deem for the public and common good that you be confined herein. So for now, good night, Irene!
What's the point in that?
Welcome to supper.
Shit, bro. How can you not know the people voices right now that have been talking about this that a lot of people have been talking about
'Cause he
the
sits in
comments
his
about the
trailer
shit
and
we've been
postulates and
exposing?
thinks
That's
that
the
he's right
point of
about
it, bro.
everything.
How
Hey
do we
man,
know who
hey,
you
wanna
are
come
if you
say
got
some
no
shit to my
clue we
fucking
are?
face, bro?
Oh,
I do.
God.
Do you? Well, come on down to South Carolina. We'll go toe to toe, motherfucker.
Yeah, you bunch of little pussies can sit there and talk shit in your anonymity, but I'm telling you, come on down to South Carolina. I'll give you my address and we can settle this like, real men. So, if you're going to talk shit, yeah, I might live in a trailer. I don't see how that affects my standing as a human being or a trained fighter. And, you've got your anonymity. You feel safe and secure, I guess, living with your parents, having your bills paid because, obviously, as a pizza boy, I guess you're that one. You're not going to be able to afford much. Pizza boys, people that work at pizza places don't make that much. Unless you're in management, maybe you're pushing 30 grand a year. So, nothing to brag about, nothing to write home to mom about. But I'd be willing to bet that at least 2 out of 3 of these so-called panel members here live with mommy and daddy and don't have to worry about paying bills and such, and so you can talk all the shit you want from your anonymous, safe little area, but come and say some shit to my face next time. Now, by the way, you fucking moron, I was raised in Florida, so it's not like I'm some kind of country bumpkin. I just so happen to live in the Carolinas. So you can play your air fiddle or whatever that is, but your stereotyping me just shows how ignorant you are yet again. So you are the epitome of ignorance and stereotyping people based on your imagination. Brilliant, brilliant way to do science and do conversation and have guests on your so-called show full of rock stars with a combined total of subscribers of less than 1,000 people. So you're like rock stars in the sense of what your mommy tells you, right? Your mommy tells you you're a rock star, so you're a rock star.
And the reason that it's so frustrating, bro, is that you've been doing this for like almost a year, and everybody's been doing this for a year, maybe longer, right? And the only thing that you can show us is 2D representations about how the globe doesn't work. And you can't physically go outside.
You
and
haven't
do
even let me finish the first point, dude. So
No,
what are you?
no. We're done with your 2D model. Dude.
Poor guy.
You haven't even let me make the fucking point. So whatever.
But what?
Frustration and anger, is that because you don't understand what's going on? You don't understand science? You don't understand the proofs? Maybe you should watch some of my videos, and if you have issues with any of the proofs that I go over in several different ways, several different proofs, many, many videos, maybe you should refute the evidence instead of attacking my personal character, which is your only tactic. You guys, all three of yous, really suck at this whole debate thing, and you're even worse at the whole scientific analysis of things that are being discussed.
We want you to skip all the globe doesn't work stuff. Fucking who cares? We don't care if the globe doesn't work, bro. We don't care if the globe doesn't work, bro. We don't care if the globe doesn't work, bro. We don't care if the globe doesn't work, bro. We don't care if the globe doesn't work, bro. Works.
Guys,
Don't tell the globe.
just screen share. Just screen share on me. I just have one point to make. I just need more guys' opinion on this. That's all I need.
So, wait a minute. Let me get this straight. You guys will absolutely refuse to let me screen share and describe a simple point. I think you finally, after an hour or so, allowed me to get through one point, and then you didn't even consider it or acknowledge that it's a valid point that happens to disprove the heliocentric model, and yet I'm supposed to sit here patiently while you screen share and prove your points. I mean, really, like, you guys are pathetic. Seriously, pathetic.
I'm screen sharing? All right, Morgile. This is the flat Earth model.
Okay, so we're looking at what is this, the Gleason's map, azimuth
It's the AE map. Okay, well, the concept is people say, hey guys, give me this real quick. The concept is, all right, this is a flat map. The sun rotates above it because that's what people in flat Earth tell you, right? So the map must act like a clock. There must be 24 hours or 24 segments divided equally for the sun to revolve and be by the second to have a 24-hour day. Am I correct?
No, not necessarily.
Oh my God. Anyway, so I'm going to keep going because that is ridiculous. Anyway,
So just blow on past that. Okay.
Okay, because you want me to blow on. So really, what you want me to do is
Morgile, is your
wait,
Morgile, is your explanation?
Adam. Oh, please, no, Morgile. You really want me to? You really don't want me to go past you saying that the day isn't 24 hours by the second. Like, let's be serious here.
No,
I'm just going to overlook that. No, that's just what you said. That's what you just said. So okay, so now you're not.
Words in my mouth. You won't let me finish.
What you just said.
Ed, let him.
Just for the record, the assumption that I disagreed with him on was the assumption that the sun must go around in circles above the Earth.
The concept is, all right, this is a flat map. The sun rotates above it because that's what people in flat Earth tell you, right?
Now, I'm not necessarily saying that I'm subscribing to a linear model, but what I'm saying is that the sun is still a big mystery. We flat earthers do definitely realize that it's not some giant ball of nuclear fusion 93 million miles away. We do understand that it is apparently much closer, but we're really not sure if it's a physical object or an electromagnetic phenomenon or something more exotic involving the ionized plasma tubes in the lower magnetosphere. So I'm not subscribing to any of these theories, but we know for sure that the sun isn't a 93 million mile away gravity generator made out of hydrogen and helium, the lightest gases really known to man. I think that's ridiculous. Now, for you to assume that the sun must go around overhead an azimuthal equidistant map every day.
The concept is, all right, this is a flat map. The sun rotates above it because that's what people in flat Earth tell you. Because that's what people in flat Earth tell you. Because that's what people in flat Earth tell you. Right?
Is ridiculous. The AE map is a projection. It's just one way to look at the latitude and longitude lines, which are imaginary, which are derived by astronomical observations. And so I think that's where a lot of globe earthers tend to really misunderstand the whole concept. There isn't actually a line in the middle of the ocean that says equator, nor Capricorn, nor Cancer, nor prime meridian, nor any of the other latitude and longitude lines. Those are merely imaginary lines that are derived from, measurements in the north and extrapolations based on the assumption that the Earth is a sphere in the south of the equator. And so that's why I have an issue with you assuming that in a flat Earth model that the physical sun must be racing around in circuits overhead when we honestly don't know what the sun is, and we includes you. You have theories on what you think the sun is, but you have no proof or factual evidence in terms of what the sun is, what it's doing, how it's generating its energy, or anything. So you're basing all of your belief systems on unprovable, undemonstrable, unfalsifiable theorem. First of all, we don't have any accurate maps, and I've already proven to you that the Mercator projection and the Peters projection, which are globe Earth 2D representations of the face of the Earth, are inaccurate representations of the face of the Earth. By the way, so is the globe. The globe is not an accurate representation of the face of the Earth, and the azimuthal equidistant map, or the Gleason's map, neither of those are adequate or accurate representations of the face of the Earth, and that's simply because of the matrix of those maps. Now, I did describe the issues with the cylindrical conformal maps earlier, which would be like the Mercator projection, but the issue with an azimuthal equidistant map is that it's mostly correct towards the center and gets least and least correct as you get towards the edges or the periphery of the map, where a single point, again, it could be the 90-degree south latitude, or it could be any point. It could be the 90-degree north latitude, or you could have the central point be Egypt, and the outside edge would be, a bunch of, or a point in the ocean. But the issue is with any azimuthal equidistant projection is very similar to the issues with the Mercator projection or a cylindrical conformal map. It's mostly correct towards the center and less correct to the point of infinity towards the edges, which is solid evidence, conclusive proof that while local maps will indeed work, and even an azimuthal equidistant map will work as long as you've got your general area somewhere near the center, and cylindrical conformal maps such as the Mercator projection will work as long as you understand how to maintain lines of constant course using manual navigation. All of these maps work. Now, one thing you'll notice is that all of the maps are on two-dimensional surfaces, which makes a lot of sense for the flat Earth. However, the globe is theory. The globe is people making the assumption that the Earth is a globe and taking that presupposition to craft theorem to explain how we could possibly live stuck to the side of a spinning sphere, and then use their theorem as proof of the original observations that led them to consider the world as a sphere. So just one example is what goes up must come down. Newton theorized something called gravity to explain the observation of what goes up must come down. Now, for some reason, the stupid people out there, the masses, believe that because what goes up must come down, therefore we live on a spinning globe, which is the opposite of science. And in fact, your logic is completely backwards. You have absolutely no common sense whatsoever.
Okay, well the concept is people say, hey guys, give me this real quick. The concept is, alright, this is a flat map. The sun rotates above it, because that's what people on flat Earth tell you. Right?
That the maps, although they do work for navigation if you know what you're doing and you know how to track your course and your velocity with the stars and the sun, the sextant, the compass, then yeah, the maps will work. By the way, maps worked long before people thought the Earth was a globe. Maps worked on two-dimensional surfaces on a two-dimensional Earth. The only time we started having issues with relative distances and sizes in between areas in terms of continents, like the sizes and distances between continents, was when people started assuming the Earth to be a sphere, and you sort of have to start moving things around and making a bunch of strange assumptions in order to get it to work. And so I believe that's the motive for the Antarctic Treaty, and we really never did get a full geodetic survey of the southernmost region, and I believe it would become fairly obvious that the longitude lines do not converge back at a point towards the bottom of the sphere, and that's why, Antarctica is really just sort of a very obscure tourist attraction that appears to be, all of the tourist websites dedicated to Antarctica, or the vast majority of them, appear to be bogus and run by the same four people who just so happen to be related through family to the head of NOAA or whatever. May or may not even exist as a company. Who knows? But there's definitely something up with the Antarctic. And, go ahead and go there and figure it out. Don't tell me to go there. I don't have the means. Sorry, wish I did. Anyway, back on point. What these ignorant people don't seem to understand is that I'm not debating that there's a 24-hour day. What I'm trying to do is be scientific and objective about this whole thing. You see, this fellow is trying to take the assumption that we know what the sun is and what it's doing. And unfortunately, as a skeptic and as a scientist, I'm not going to take any assumptions without proof for the assumption. And if I'm going to take assumptions, I'm only going to do it for hypothetical scrutiny. Now, on the other hand, the point that I was trying to raise was we really don't know what the sun is, and I think it's premature to say that this physical object known as the sun is making circuits overhead in 24 hours. Sure, the day is 24 hours, but let me give you just a simple example so that hopefully you'll understand where I'm coming from in terms of the sun maybe not being a physical object where it is and what we think it is. So I'll give you an example. Turn off all the lights in your room and take a laser pointer or even a flashlight and point the light towards the ceiling. And as fast as you can, point that laser pointer or flashlight and spin it around your ceiling just by not moving your arm, just only using your wrist, moving it in a circular motion. And just pay attention to the light on your ceiling or the laser pointer on your ceiling. Now, if you were unaware of the laser pointer, let's just say you were a caveman that was brought here and placed into the dark room, you may aptly assume that that little red dot traveled across the ceiling or across the wall at many hundreds of miles an hour. You and I know that this is just light. It's not an object traveling at all. However, if you're unaware of the source of the light and you're just concentrating on the symptom of the laser, then you can get into trouble in terms of trying to define your paradigm based on observations of this little red dot. Now, I'm not saying that the sun is a laser pointer. It's just an example to show a point. If you studied that light going around in circles on the ceiling, you'd certainly be baffled, and I'm sure that even a very brilliant person could make all sorts of interesting calculations about what that, light is doing on the ceiling. But if you're unaware of the source of the light, then you're really sort of grasping at straws trying to prove what that light is doing, or, what is the source of that light. Now, it could very well be that the sun is a semi-physical object or even a physical object doing circuits around the face of the Earth, but again, the azimuthal equidistant matrix that you're using is a skewed, flawed matrix, and so we can use that for demonstrational purposes, but we can't call that a model. And I think it's important for you guys to understand the difference between a map or a projection or a matrix and a model. A model is something completely different to a projection or matrix. Nobody calls it the Mercator model. It's called the Mercator projection because it takes an assumed sphere and lays it out into a two-dimensional surface. And so I think it's premature to say and state and assume that the sun is a physical object going in 24-hour circuits around the face of the Earth. I'm not denying that the day is 24 hours long, but what I will tell you is let's just say hypothetically that the Earth is flat and there is some sort of a magnetic vortex at the center, being the north, and that magnetic vortex creates sort of a torus field, or basically an aura, or a life force of the Earth, which has its dipole, or the negative charge of the capacitor plate that is the Earth, being all points along the outside edge of the map, or along the periphery. Now, I'm not saying that the Earth is a disk flying around in space. What I'm saying is the Earth may be a very small portion of the infinite or possibly infinite plane. It doesn't have to be an enclosed Truman Show dome system like many of you may think. There doesn't have to be a glass dome in the sky. I personally think that's ridiculous, although there is good evidence for ionized plasma tubes in the lower magnetosphere, which is about 600 kilometers, and that is mainstream science, not just, conjecture or BS coming from my crazy butt. At the end of the day, I sort of got off on a tangent, but there's really no sense in trying to defend my position against you guys because you're not ready. You choose to ignore this. You want me to prove what you think is stupid without first disproving what you believe and what you've believed your entire life, which, I'm sorry, that's not how this works.
We want you to skip all the globe doesn't work stuff. We don't care if the globe doesn't work, bro. We don't care if the globe doesn't work, bro. We don't care if the globe doesn't work, bro. We don't care if the globe doesn't work, bro. We don't care if the globe doesn't work, bro. Flat Earth works.
Guys, just screen share. Just screen share on me. I just have one point to make. I just need more guys' opinion on this. That's all I need.
You don't break it to your child that Santa isn't real by bringing him into a room and debating him about whether or not Santa is real. You sit him down, you have a heart-to-heart conversation and say, look, son, Santa isn't real. It was just a joke. We did it for fun, and you'll still get presents on Christmas, but it was just a bunch of bullshit. And yes, even Rudolph and his little red nose. So that's the way you do it. But if the father figure in this situation were to start debating the child as to whether or not Santa existed, the child is going to bring up the very astute evidence that, well, the soot was by the chimney Christmas morning, and let's not forget the presents around the trees, and there was that bit of cookie that was eaten, the crumbs that went back towards the chimney, and I could have sworn I heard sleigh bells one Christmas evening. And so, of course, this isn't a realm of debate. This is a realm of somebody with a total misunderstanding of reality trying to reinforce their beliefs while you debate something that you know to be true and correct without first shattering their paradigm, which they hold to be true.
We want you to skip all the globe doesn't work stuff. We don't care if the globe doesn't work, bro. We don't care if the globe doesn't work, bro. We don't care if the globe doesn't work, bro. We don't care if the globe doesn't work, bro. We don't care if the globe doesn't work, bro. Flat Earth works.
Guys, just screen share. Just screen share on me. I just have one point to make. I just need Morgile's opinion on this. That's all I need.
So it is indeed impossible to prove to someone that we live on a flat stationary plane without first disproving the conventional accepted model, which is the heliocentric model. Now, you folks claim to have watched all my stuff, yet you have failed to refute even one single valid point that I've gone through great lengths to get out there on YouTube with personal risk and financial risk to myself, but I don't care. It's the truth, and I'm going to spread it whether you folks like it or not. But I really do wish that you at least look into it, because I can assure you you're not wasting your time. If you're not all paid shills, then perhaps something good will come of this, but I can assure you, if you actually apply the scientific method to this topic, you won't be wasting your time. In fact, I'll state it again, all of the verified evidence, and I'm not going to get into it. Watch my videos. I'll put a link in the description. I've got playlists. All of the evidence proves conclusively that the Earth is stationary and lacks all curvature. No axial rotation, no orbital velocities, no solar frame of reference, no galactic frame of reference, and no Big Bang, no gravity, no warping of space-time, no black holes, no Einstein-Rosen bridges, and yes, even CERN was BS. CERN would be like the equivalent of Rudolph's red nose. They're not going to recreate conditions, mere moments after the Big Bang, because wink, wink, nod, nod, the Big Bang never happened. The world is a stationary plane, and the so-called heavens are a mere feature of our wonderful electromagnetic world. I'm not saying that the stars and the celestial bodies are not beautiful and mysterious, which indeed they are. However, there are not billions and billions of galaxies and suns and worlds up there. We are the only stationary plane in existence. Now, our world could be a very small part of a very large stationary plane, which possibly could stretch out to infinity. I believe that the only boundaries to our world are the southernmost path of the sun, or the southernmost apparent path of the sun, as it appears to go around in circuits around and above the Tropic of Capricorn. Now, whether this is a physical object going in circuits, or if it is a mere electromagnetic aberration, or whether it is some sort of a capacitor, we may never know. But the fact of the matter is, the Earth isn't a spinning globe, so we really need to start thinking of alternate theories. And until we get, more bright minds on board, it's going to be an uphill battle, because we're still trying to convince you rather slower ones that you've been fooled. The Earth isn't a spinning globe. Never has been, never will be, no matter how hard you wish it to be. And if you don't like my tactics, then you shouldn't have invited me to a debate. And by the way, just one final point on here, and I'll try to wrap this thing up. A debate typically entails at least two people debating an issue that they're both familiar with, both sides of the debate, and there's a moderator who is, unbiased, and that'll allow each person to get their fair share of points in, ask questions, and ensure that any questions posed are answered. That is part of debate. That's part of science. That's part of, the judicial process. Inquiry can only lead us closer to the truth, and you globe heads' total fear and total bewilderment by inquiry and curiosity is, well, it's really astonishing. I suppose your pineal glands are 100% calcified, I reckon. I hear if you move to Colorado, they may have a remedy for that. Just saying.
But Ed,
That's what you
let
said
him,
twice.
Ed. All right,
Look,
so Morgile,
look,
what is the
look,
point?
look,
No,
look,
hold
look,
on,
look.
Morgile, what's the point of what you meant?
Let me do this. Let me do this.
I want to know what the point to Morgile's statement was. Is when you said 24 hours split up, and he said not necessarily. I would like him to explain what he meant by that. That's all. Let him explain what he meant by that.
It didn't have anything to do with 24 hours. It has to do with the assumption that the sun is twirling overhead. That's what I'm saying. Not necessarily is true.
Okay. So we'll consider that conjecture. So most flat earthers presume the sun is spinning overhead. Okay, so we're looking at this like this is 6 o'clock and that's 12 o'clock. This is a 12-hour cycle on this left side, right? So you mean to tell me in the winter when the sun is in the summer solstice, is in the Tropic of Capricorn, down way over the bottom of Africa and South America, that in a 12-hour cycle, 12 hours, and don't forget there's 16 hours in a day, right? That we are not going to be able to see the sun in the northern hemisphere because it exists in the southern hemisphere for 16 hours. Now let's go another 6.
No, the rays of the
sun. No.
Okay, so during the typical globe Earth debate, not only am I not allowed to ask questions, but I'm also not allowed to answer questions.
No.
I hope you guys enjoy living stuck to the side of a theoretical spinning sphere indefinitely, because you are totally hopeless. And the very map that you're using to demonstrate the flat Earth is an incorrect map. I already tried to explain that to you, not so bright gentlemen, at the beginning of this conversation, but it went in one ear and out the other. I guess that's because there isn't anything in your cranium except for maybe some cobwebs and some, air ducts. But the point is the azimuthal equidistant projection skews any data that gets away from the center, away from the equator, especially gets skewed to the point of infinity. And I tried to explain that to you. And so with your little flat Earth model with the sun going around in circles and the sun being a physical object, because according to you, most flat earthers believe the sun is a physical object going around in circles. Therefore, you can debunk the flat earthers by poking holes in arguments of what you think flat earthers believe. This is ridiculous. You still haven't proved curvature or axial rotation, which you still need to do in order to even have a leg to stand on in this conversation. And yet you're going to go into observations of the sun. Now, the point that I've been trying to hammer home, if I could possibly get a word in edgewise, is that the sun is a very mysterious celestial body that is certainly not 93 million miles away. That's been proven. The sun is a local body. Now, there are some very intriguing properties of the sun, which I've already explained, one of which is the fact that the sun can be viewed for many thousands of miles along the same meridian line or along a similar meridian line, and yet, in terms of east to west or, latitude lines, the sun cannot be seen for that many thousands of miles. So, of course, you believe that means the Earth is a globe. However, all this means is that we really don't understand what's going on in terms of the light from the sun, and the fact that you're using an azimuthal equidistant projection to demonstrate this point is total folly. It's a red herring argument, and the fact that you don't understand this just goes to show that you don't understand the truth. The plain simple truth is we really don't understand exactly what the sun's made of, what exactly it's doing. We do all agree on certain things, such as, the day is 24 hours long, what goes up must come down. But answer this question. If the Earth was a spinning sphere, then why don't we have 12-hour days and nights all year long? Now, you're going to say that the northern and southern areas get less sunlight, and therefore the days and nights are shorter, depending on the season, depending on the hemisphere. However, if you look at the actual heliocentric model and imagine a spinning sphere, it doesn't matter whether you're at the very North Pole, going, say, half the speed as the hour hand on a 12-hour clock, or whether you're at the equator, you're certainly going to be traveling at much different speeds. That would be 1,037.5 miles an hour at the equator, standing perpendicular to the axis, while at the North Pole, again, spinning at half the speed as the hour hand on a clock, standing on top of and parallel with the axis. Or even let's just say you're in the Arctic Circle, you're not barely going to be spinning at all, and you're not going to be standing perpendicular to the axis, that's for sure. But that's besides the point. Even though you're going to be traveling much faster near the equator versus at the pole, you're going to experience day and night at exactly the same times. And that's because of the whole model. You've got twilight, you've got the terminating lines of the spherical Earth, and regardless of your latitude, regardless of the season, half of the Earth should always be in sunlight, and the other half of the Earth should always be in darkness. Therefore, this whole premise of the heliocentric model is falsified simply by the fact that we don't have equal 12-hour days and nights year long. And anyone can demonstrate this. You can make all the assumptions you want and call me stupid, but if you try to model this and if you actually put in some effort, you'll realize that I'm actually 100% correct about this.
Oh, the rays of
Oh,
the
no,
sun.
no. So that's a 16-hour cycle from where we just were. The sun at the very bottom on the Tropic of Capricorn would be at 16 hours. So another 6 hours, it'll put it right down here for a full, it'll be 18, and then, and then down there for 24, at the bottom there. Wow, a little brain fart.
I would go one step further and say that your entire debate, and indeed your entire thought processes and the rotting mechanisms that employ the place where your brains are supposed to be, would be one long series of brain farts and probably brain diarrhea, if there is such a thing.
So the point is that, do you really think that South America or Australia or South Africa is going to get a 16-hour day when they're in their summertime and the sun is revolving around this disk, right? You really think that we're not going to see it in the northern hemisphere?
You have obviously no understanding of the different models that are being kicked around that involved essentially an electromagnetic universe that really ties very nicely into the grand unified theory if you think it through. I don't know how familiar you are with the grand unified theory, but essentially, you know how electricity and magnetism used to be thought of as completely different opposing forces at one point. And in fact, when modern physics books were written, such as the Principia, which is the basis of modern physics, natural forces such as electromagnetism were totally unheard of. However, there's the grand unified theory that purports that all natural forces are essentially different frequencies or different vibrational states of the same force. And electromagnetism is a very good sort of case in point to give you a very small slice or understanding of what the grand unified theory is. A few other random examples I can think of would be density and buoyancy, friction, inertia, atomic weights, chemical schematics, atomic bonds, lots of different things that could be unified and yet considered, totally different forces, and could very well be 100% dependent on our little electromagnetic toroidal bubble that we call Earth, that may be beset on all sides by a glass dome or a Truman Show enclosure, although it's just as likely that the plane could stretch out to infinity, and the only boundaries to our world is the southernmost pass of the sun during the southern summer. Of course, a lot of this cannot be proven. It is a lot of theory and some conjecture. However, when we know that the Earth isn't a spinning globe, it's necessary for us to begin looking at alternate ways of explaining observations, because the heliocentric model no longer adequately describes reality. Unfortunately, I wish it were not so, but unfortunately, this is the truth we're stuck with. Whether you people are able to see it or not is completely irrelevant, actually. And I think that the grand unified theory, and I agree with Tesla on this, Nikola Tesla, is going to be probably more to do with frequency, vibration, and harmonic resonance than anything akin to gravity. Again, Newton, Cavendish, all of the ancient proponents for the heliocentric model, going all the way back to Copernicus, had zero understanding of electromagnetism, nor did they have the luxuries of manned flight, drones, computers, instant communications, high-powered telescopes, and the fact of the matter is, the average person has the capacity to completely prove that the Earth is flat and stationary, and yet we're stuck in a never-ending battle with ignoramuses who refuse to simply look at the evidence, which is sort of a shame, but it is very typical. Now, to answer your question, or to sort of remove the words that you yet again shoved into my mouth, I don't believe we live on a disk in space. Something that you fail to realize is that space as you know it doesn't exist. There's no such thing as galaxies. The Milky Way doesn't exist. Other galaxies that were postulated in 1929 by Hubble don't actually exist. The dots in the night sky are mere features of our magnificent and balanced world that resides in reality on the fixed stationary plane that is in perpetual balance with nature. The stars and or ether rotating around in the night sky, while beautiful and mysterious, and yes indeed, a very clever way to navigate one's way around this earth, indeed prove nothing, because light is a sort of a abstract concept to grasp, and although we feel like we have a very firm concept of what light is and what light's doing, the average person has absolutely no understanding of light whatsoever. The ancient Greeks postulated that all light waves from the sun must be coming in at parallel angles, because on a local level that is indeed true. If you're standing in, say, a coliseum with many pillars, you'll notice that the sunlight coming in and casting shadows from the pillars, all of those pillars will cast shadows in parallel lines. On the other hand, when you look at things such as sunbursts coming through clouds, which are explained away as crepuscular rays, you'll notice that this actually defies the laws of perspective, but scientism claims that crepuscular rays are the operation of perspective, simply applying themselves to the sun rays. Now, when you look at similar stretches of land that are occupied by vast, essentially parallel lightning bolts, you'll notice that the same argument in terms of crepuscular, sort of the opposite of perspective, yet is tried to be explained as perspective to explain away the converging lines of sun rays, but you do not see such crepuscular rays with lightning bolts, so the whole argument is null and void, just like all the other globe Earth arguments, including Columbus's observations of ships, the Cavendish experiment, Foucault's pendulum, and on and on and on. There is no curvature, it's not spinning, and none of the three of you morons were able to prove anything of the sort.
That we're going to have 10-hour days in the winter up here, but it's the summer down here, and they have 16-hour days, but the sun is way over here, because in another 6 hours, where does it go? Back for the full rotation, okay? So we're going to do another 12, right? Look at that. Come on now. I want to know how you explain this.
What I'm telling you is that whatever side, and I don't agree with that map either. I think that map is wrong. It's an equidistant map. So what that means
doesn't matter what the map is. It's the
yes,
concept.
it does.
It doesn't. No,
yes,
it doesn't.
it does.
Oh my God, dude. Now you're not letting me finish. It's the concept of the sun spinning above a plane.
Welcome to the fucking club.
Oh, feisty. The sun spinning above the plane, right? In a 24-hour cycle. And you're telling me that's conjecture? I'm astonished by that.
What I'm telling you is that light waves propagate through the electromagnetic fields that are generated by the Earth.
So you're telling me the sun isn't...
Anything that's on the same meridian line on that side of the North Pole is going to experience noon at the same time on that meridian.
So it's your opinion that the sun isn't where it looks to be, or it seems to be?
What I'm telling you is that
he said that.
What I'm telling you is that light waves propagating through electromagnetic fields sort of makes us biased observers because light doesn't travel in straight lines, and the behavior of the sun, whether it's spinning around or not, is the light is passing through those magnetic flux waves that go straight up and down the meridian lines.
And it bends the heat and everything. It's all bent. It's all bent, and it's coming from a different angle.
The light waves aren't heat. The only time it turns into heat is when it actually, hits our atmosphere and hits the ground. That's when the light energy is turned into heat energy.
So you're talking about the sun has a flux capacitor, and where we're going, we don't need roads, because that's all I heard. Because all you're saying is that.
I realize fully that you totally ignorant people find it extremely amusing to be willfully ignorant. I mean, it's the funniest thing in the world to admit that you are completely ignorant and can't follow along with a basic scientific conversation that you claim to be such an expert in. Now, nothing that I said was funny. Everything that I said was serious, and you jumbled out some Back to the Future jargon, and your little sidekick there thought that was pretty amusing. I guess he does that to avoid getting eaten in a single swallow. But at any rate, we'll just continue because I'm very tired of this. It's getting extremely old.
All you're saying is that the sun doesn't work on a 24-hour cycle to the fucking second, and it does.
No, it does work. It works on a 24-hour cycle, but I didn't say flux capacity.
So you essentially just contradicted yourself is really what you just did right there by saying it does work after you just said that it doesn't work, and also at the same time you're telling me that the azimuth equidistant map, it doesn't work, but it doesn't matter what the map is.
You are a deaf idiot. What I'm telling you is that light waves and electromagnetism are not necessarily what you think they are. What I'm telling you is that sunlight is not necessarily what you think it is. And in fact, there's very good evidence to prove that sunlight, or where you reckon the sun to be, is probably not where the sun actually is. And again, this has everything to do with the sun being a distant, unknown light source passing through all sorts of different media, which ultimately excites and causes our atmosphere to become blue and reflective during the day, to the point that you can't see any stars, even when you're well above the the thickest parts of the atmosphere. And so, for you to essentially put words in my mouth and say that I'm somehow claiming that there aren't 24 hours in a day, what do you think I am? Some kind of an idiot? That was never my claim. My claim was that your initial claim, your initial assumption that this physical sun, this physical object, must be traversing around in circles every 24 hours is conjecture. It's an unproven claim. Now, it sort of does describe the model, but I think the same model that you're looking at can work with a non-physical sun with an unknown, unseen, undetected light source being something completely different than what you might ever imagine. Since I'm sure you wouldn't give me a chance to explain here, I'll say it again. The celestial bodies, or the mysterious lights in the sky, are not going to ascribe or tattoo themselves onto the face of the earth. The fact that you can see the sun across an entire meridian line, say from the southern tip of South America all the way up to the northern tip of Canada, doesn't prove that the Earth is a globe. In the flat Earth model, it proves that the electromagnetic waves, which light waves happen to be of the electromagnetic spectrum, but these electromagnetic waves tend to travel or the path of least resistance appears to be meridionally, which is in line with the north to south alignment of the magnetic flux lines emanating from the Earth, as well as the north to south or meridional ionized plasma tubes in the lower magnetosphere. So I think it's very plausible that electromagnetic waves and yes, light waves would travel much further distances north to south than they would east to west. So just very naturally, the magnetic lines generated by the Earth emanate north to south, so that would be meridionally. And since light waves are merely the visible spectrum of the electromagnetic entire spectrum, then I don't see why you have such an issue with electromagnetic waves propagating and traveling across electromagnetic flux lines. That's how radio signals are transmitted. You either create a waveform or you use the natural waveforms that are generated by the Earth. And I think, so-called GPS or geo-positioning systems are a combination of ground-based, Tesla-based technologies, including radio towers and that sort of thing, as well as possibly geostationary weather balloons. Satellites are not necessary and are not possible, nor would they be functional worth a damn even if they were up there. You can clearly see from this weather balloon footage that you can't see anything but blue reflective sky. So at any rate, I just thought I'd make those couple of points. That really answers your question completely.
So you're talking about the sun has a flux capacitor, and where we're going, we don't need roads, because that's all I heard. Because all you're saying is that.
Although you may not understand it because you're never going to consider the Earth as anything but a spinning globe. But in fact, this simple answer to your problem really does solve it in a flat Earth model. And again, the reason that I may seem stubborn about this is because nobody to date has proved one single degree of curvature or axial rotation, so everything else, including this gibberish that you consider to be proof of a globe, is irrelevant. But I can continue refuting your points all day long because, again, you'll never prove a lie to be true, just as you will never debunk the truth. That's not how it works.
That's all I heard, because all you're saying is that. All you're saying is that the sun doesn't work on a 24-hour cycle to the fucking second, and it does.
No, it does work. It works on a 24-hour cycle, but I didn't say flux capacity.
So you essentially just contradicted yourself is really what you just did right there by saying it does work after you just said that it doesn't work, and also at the same time you're telling me that the azimuth equidistant map, it doesn't work, but it doesn't matter what the map is. It doesn't matter what the land mass is underneath it. It matters what the sun is doing above a flat plane in a 24-hour cycle because it's to the second.
Your level of ignorance is truly astonishing. You literally just said that the map doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter what the map is. It doesn't matter what the land mass is underneath it.
So we could just basically make the map a triangular shape made out of poop on the wall and call it the flat Earth, and it would still apply because the map doesn't matter. The known fundamental issues with the azimuthal equidistant projection are what you are trying to use to disprove the globe model. Now, let's get something straight. There's a big difference between a map or a projection and a model. Again, the Mercator projection has issues. The azimuthal equidistant map or projection has issues, and indeed the globe that you can spin around has issues. Try to find the North Pole on a Mercator projection or a Peters projection. You won't find it. You'll find Greenland, and you'll certainly find a massive, massive South Pole, but you will never, ever find anything remotely close to the South Pole in the north. That's because the southern regions are far colder on average and by record than in the north. Now, to make one further point, when you said
it doesn't matter what the map is. It doesn't matter what the landmass is underneath it. It matters what the sun is doing.
What this tells me is that you have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. You're trying to take observations of a light in the sky known as the sun, which you have absolutely no idea what it is, and I'm going to assume that you're assuming that it is a massive ball of atomic fission or whatever 93 million miles away, which means you're basing your entire paradigm on a bunch of unproven theoretical folly. Now, regardless of what you subscribe to, the maps are the most important thing. That's what's being debated here. You're claiming that a physical sun is making circuits around a map that is theoretically inherently flawed. Again, because it's an azimuthal equidistant projection. Look it up. Look up the issues, the known fundamental issues with an AE projection, and then perhaps you'll begin to understand that your argument is a moot point. It's like arguing, what's up there, live ellipse? You know, I bet you can't jump into that blueprint and climb around inside the building that is in a blueprint stage. And you'd be like, well, no shit, you can't jump into a blueprint. It's just a, schematic of a building on a piece of paper. So of course you can't jump around in there and start running around in it. It's such a similar argument because the known issues with the blueprint of the world known as the AE map are, again, I've mentioned them probably 7 times in this video, so I'm not going to mention them again. There are also issues with the Mercator projection. So at the end of the day, we really don't have an accurate representation of the face of the Earth, except what is sent to us by NASA, allegedly, which apparently shows the size of the continents getting bigger and smaller and back to bigger and smaller over the years. And when you see things like the Red Bull jump with Felix Baumgartner of New Mexico, 137,000 feet, you'll notice that the spherical Earth is about twice the size of the deserts of New Mexico or whatever. So obviously they were using a fisheye lens, but the trickery is very flimsy. The truth is very plain and simple. However, the strong delusion is extremely potent, and it's difficult to get people to look at this seriously. So I do understand, if these people aren't paid chills, which I don't know. But I do understand that people will have their reservations about this because, indeed, it's extremely absurd. I thought this topic was the stupidest waste of time I had ever heard of when I first stumbled upon it. But upon investigation, research, experimentation, and an ongoing quest to try to prove the spinning globe Earth, I've been really astonished to find nothing but piles and piles, never-ending mountains of empirical evidence to support the flat, stationary Earth. So you can take that or leave it, but I would suggest that you at least look into this, or you're going to wind up on the wrong side of history, like Upside Down Ted Head and Ed and Cognitive Dissonance and Tim Osmond and all 50 of their accounts each. Furthermore, the Mercator projection, which is basically what we still use today for navigation in terms of continent to continent. I'm not talking about driving 80 miles camping with your pop. What I'm talking about is the Mercator projection, which is from the 1500s, if I'm not mistaken. It's a very ancient map. Essentially, is still used today because it is an adequate tool for circumnavigation, because it uses lines of constant course or loxodrones to ensure that a sailor or navigator who knows how to keep his bearings by the stars and by compass and by the sun, and knows how to chart his course, will be able to, explore and arrive at a given destination. Now, that doesn't mean the Mercator projection is an accurate representation of the face of the Earth. Indeed, by definition, it's a cylindrical conformal map. I don't know how many times I have to say this, but there are issues with both maps, and that indeed includes the globe. So for you to somehow insinuate that flat earthers should somehow be held to a higher standard than all of cartography and science for the last 500 years is, first of all, ridiculous, especially considering you don't even have a projection that is an accurate depiction of the face of the Earth. Now, I believe that the azimuthal equidistant projection is adequate enough to demonstrate the flat Earth hypothesis and to show how certain things like circumnavigation, day and night, time zones, latitude and longitude lines, etc., are possible on something other than a sphere. And I will also tell you that the azimuthal equidistant projection may be more correct than we think it is, again, because the southernmost region appears to be much larger and is demonstrably much wider round, even if the average 45 degrees south latitude is much wider round than it should be if the Earth was actually a sphere with the given properties.
It doesn't matter what the map is. It doesn't matter what the land mass is underneath it. It matters what the sun is doing.
So we could just basically make the map a triangular shape made out of poop on the wall and call it the flat Earth, and it would still apply because the map doesn't matter. I'm telling you that the azimuthal equidistant projection, while it is a fairly decent way to demonstrate how certain so-called proofs of a globe are not exclusive to a globe, there are indeed issues with the azimuthal equidistant projection, just as there are issues with the mainstream conventional globe Earth maps, such as the Mercator projection. You do realize this is because of the matrix of the map is based on latitude and longitude lines, which all assume a sphere south of the equator. Not one single degree of longitude has ever been measured south of the equator, and that's why we have issues.
Every day, every year of human existence. So if it is a flat plane, 12-hour cycle would be on the other side of the map. And that's something like, I don't know, if we're measuring it, what is the Earth? Something like 25,000 miles.
And let him respond to this too.
So that would be like a solid, like, almost 20-something thousand miles on the other side of the disk, plane, whatever you want to call it. But yet we don't see it in the northern hemisphere where it exists. But yet it's a flat plane, and if the southern hemisphere can see it on the other side of the plane, but the northern hemisphere can't, you have to explain that. And if you're going to tell me that it's because sunlight bends, then the sun isn't where we know it to be, where we see it in the sky, then it's not really there. Okay, this is the land of make believe, Morgile.
No, that's absolutely right. See,
this is the land of make believe.
Let him answer.
No. He's answering. He's throwing fucking paper airplanes with responses from fucking Narnia. Are you kidding me?
I tell you, this fucking guy here packs in the driveway and drives in the packway. No, these aren't things that I've pulled out of Narnia. And by the way, you stupid fuckers started it with the whole hillbilly joke, so it's fair game to pick on you guys for your stupid sounding accents. How was it that Louis C.K. put it? That it's an entire sector of the country where Nobody knows how to say a fucking word correctly. And so eloquently put, he thought a vagina was something that was used to buffer floors. You obviously have no conceptualization of what light waves are, electromagnetism is, electromagnetic waves are. You have no fundamental understanding of inertia. You have absolutely no understanding in terms of the experimentation and proof that has gone into the stationary plane movement. And indeed, your apparently beloved and highly esteemed and, yes, worshipped heliocentric model, your paradigm, your religion, is false. It's been debunked. Now, whether you care to open your eyes and admit this is irrelevant. It doesn't change the truth. But the fact that you don't understand things doesn't mean that they aren't viable, realistic scenarios. So, no, we're not talking about Narnia here. We're talking about science.
It's all right. Whatever. Let him answer. You said something. Let's let him respond to it.
I'm gonna unscreen share and I'm gonna mute my mic because honestly, you explain yourself on that because, dude, I don't know how you disprove that. So more power to you if you can, but I don't think you're gonna.
See, here's what you don't seem to understand is that light isn't this, finite, perfectly straight thing that you think that it is. Wherever the sun appears to be, the light waves are going to propagate through the electromagnetic fields that are generated by the Earth across that meridian line, and it's going to be noon at all points across that meridian line up to the North Pole. Okay, so the other thing too is, people say the sun travels from Capricorn to Cancer and back over the course of the year, but I'm not so sure about that either. This could have a lot to do with us being really biased observers and light waves propagating through different media, sort of differently depending on what it's passing through, and it appears that it's passing through ionized radiation, electromagnetic fields, of course, atmosphere. And when those light waves hit the atmosphere, it sort of spreads out in all directions, sort of lights up the sky like a sapphire. You can't see the stars at day.
So you just cherry pick this and try to apply it to make your model.
Yeah, that's exactly
what. Blah, 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 blah. No, I'm not cherry picking anything, and you stupid fuckers continue to plug your ears and close your eyes. What I'm telling you is you don't understand the flat earth model. You guys have been hung up on this whole day and night thing for the duration of this conversation, which was the biggest waste of time in my entire life. Trying to explain a basic concept to the three of you fuckers is like trying to explain advanced algebra to my semi-retarded dog. And she's a midget, by the way. Now, the point that all of you fail to realize is that you somehow believe that we live stuck to the side of a spinning sphere without any evidence of curvature, no evidence of axial rotation, orbital motion, none of it. It's all just conjecture. It's all just theory. And even though I can conclusively prove that the world isn't spinning, nor is it a globe, you boneheads feel that it's necessary for me to prove every last premise that you feel jives with your completely contrived, bogus, laughable, ridiculous, preposterous model. Now, that's not how science works, but I will go ahead and answer the question that I'm not cherry-picking things. I'm trying to explain a premise to you, extremely daft and thick people, so as you may understand it, because this conversation is getting nowhere. You're stuck on a point that you don't understand, and you refuse to listen to me while I explain how this works.
Exactly what he did, bro. Because he can't even prove that. It's just conjecture, and it sounds nice, and it fits his model, so he fucking picks it. It's so ridiculous, Morgile. That's childish, and it's intellectually dishonest, Morgile. Can you just admit you're being intellectually dishonest, and that you find things that fit your model, and the shit that doesn't, you don't even, you sweep it under the rug. You know that, bro.
So you're talking about the sun has a flux capacitor, and where we're going, we don't need roads, because that's all I heard. Because all you're saying is that.
Now seriously though, where am I at? Like the Jersey Shore? This is the place where you go to talk to dumbass fucker to waltz around and like throw up on the walls and stuff. No, I don't just cherry pick and conjecture and make things up and ignore contrary evidence. That's what the globe model does, dude. You guys have it so ass backwards. I'm still waiting to see one single shred of evidence for curvature or axial rotation, and yet the only thing you guys have done so far is scream and shout the entirety of this so-called debate. 3 against 1. It tires me even to sit here and go through this again. I can't believe I agreed to this. I actually thought that we might have a conversation, but instead I got stuck with Tweedledee, Tweedledum, and then Jabba the Hutt's little frickin' lunchmate or whatever. Well, one thing you rock stars don't seem to understand is that I get literally hundreds of comments per hour, and I have a choice. I can either spend all of my time replying to comments and moderating my YouTube page and replying to emails and that sort of thing, and do Facebook and things around the house, walk my dog, that sort of thing. Maybe cook dinner once in a while. And I have a choice between certain things, and making videos is a pretty top priority, and responding to comments is unfortunately lower on the totem pole. I'd rather spend my time making videos, certainly not of this variety, but I just had to show you fools for the ignoramuses and willfully ignorant scientism religious zealots that you truly are in full color. So hopefully this will be over soon, because I grow very tired of listening to you guys over again. Oh, and yeah, I'm sure you rock stars keep up with all your dozens and dozens of comments immediately.
Cool. That's awesome, dude. You know what? We know who you are. We've seen all your fucking work. You know what? I don't even have any videos on my page, and which is cool. So I'm kind of like talking, biasly, but
well, where I come from, they call it talking out your ass.
I've known Tim Osmond for a long motherfucking time. I don't even know Tim Osmond's real name. You know what? But that doesn't matter.
Yeah, I've known Tim Osmond a long time. Well, I don't know his name, though. He seems like a nice gentleman, but, well, I don't know his real name. For all I know, his name could be Chewie the Wookiee.
Because we're at least on the same page. No. We're at least on the same page. You know why? Because it's bullshit what the flat earthers are pushing. Because you can't prove a damn thing. I disproved it. I've put up.
Okay, first of all, you obviously have not watched any of my videos, nor have you disproved the flat earth. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this conversation. You claiming to have disproved the flat earth is not the same thing as disproving the flat earth. Now, I will tell you that I've proven many ways that the Einsteinian view of gravity is an impossible fantasy. The rectilinear fabric of space-time is a theoretical fantasy. Gravity as the warping of space-time is even further along the bizarre fantasy. Things like black holes and Einstein-Rosen bridges and dark matter are extremely theoretical hyperbole, and on to the Big Bang and evolution, and this has been proven, and I'm not going to try to explain this to you guys because you don't listen, and you don't let me get a word in edgewise, but at least I'm on the record here saying that if you do care to take the time to watch my videos, you may be surprised, because none of you upside down head or right side up, none of you were even attempted to disprove any of the proofs that I've laid out in many, many videos. All you've done is try to discredit me and call me stupid, and basically shut me up by screaming over me, which, that works to an extent, but it really goes to show that you have no argument nor viable position. You live in a fantasy land where theories are always true, and basic facts, observable reality, repeatable experiments are considered anti-scientific.
I've put up at least fucking 6 points that have yet to be touched by anybody in the flat Earth community.
Would you care to mention one?
By all means, Morgile, take the next week off and focus on the shit that I've been talking about in the last video that we did. And you could slander me, you could talk shit about me. I don't give a damn, dude. But please, disprove me.
For the record, I would rather eat a bowl full of cow manure with no salt than to sit there and watch your videos and listen to your completely misguided misunderstanding of reality and try to convince me that we live stuck to the side of a spinning sphere. The thing that you don't understand, and I'll continue to say this till I'm blue in the face because you don't get it, is that I'm fully aware that the Earth isn't a spinning globe. No matter what you say or try to convince me, it isn't going to work. You may or may not, but you may believe that you live stuck to the side of a spinning sphere, and you may have some, theoretical, hypothetical things that are in your mind's eye, such as the blue marble image of the allegedly spherical Earth, courtesy of the lying Freemasons of NASA. But in terms of real physical evidence, all you have is conjecture and theory, hyperbole, extrapolation, and even lies. Again, and I'll say this till I'm blue in the face, and until you refute any of my points, the Earth isn't spinning, nor does it have any curvature, and the stars that appear to approach the horizon are merely more distant than the stars upon essentially the same plane that are, say, 90 degrees overhead. This is a natural law of perspective that also applies to the massive ships as observed by Columbus.
With what I'm talking about in the last video that we did, in the last PSYOP Potatoes video.
I'm really sorry that you don't seem to understand this whole science thing. You see, the conventional accepted model involves the Earth being a spinning sphere. The tenets of this conventionally accepted model have been debunked, so the burden of proof is indeed on the globe earthers to show evidence of axial rotation and curvature at the very least. Again, until you're able to show evidence for those two fundamental key pillars of the heliocentric model, then you do not have a position. You can try to debunk flat Earth all day long. You can claim to have debunked flat Earth all day long. The fact that you fail to mention one single point, even though you obviously had the floor, is a testament to the fact that you probably haven't debunked anything except for maybe some red herring arguments laid forth by the likes of the Flat Earth Society or Mark Sargent. So hopefully we'll wrap this up soon. This is getting very dull. You guys are the opposite of scientific and probably the least interesting conversationalists between the three of you. Honestly, I've never had a more intellectually dull conversation in my entire life.
Yeah, I'll check that out. But one thing I'll let you guys know is that science and scientific discourse and scientific experimentation typically doesn't involve three people screaming over one guy trying to make a point for an hour and won't even let him make a point.
You weren't answering the question.
I will typically tell you what science doesn't involve, Morgile, and that's taking something you can't prove and applying it to your model and then running with it.
So are you trying to tell me that you've proven gravity? Are you trying to tell me that you've proven curvature? Are you trying to tell me that you've proven axial rotation, orbital velocities, solar frame of reference, galactic velocities, Big Bang, space-time, any of that? Is that what you're saying? or are you basing your entire paradigm on these assumptions that have never been proven? Now, contrarily, it has been irrefutably proven that the world possesses no curvature and it's not spinning. So I don't know how many times we need to go through this, but a lot of you stupid fuckers don't have a leg to stand on, and you're arguing for the sake of argument. But if you can actually, and it's probably never going to happen, but if you would actually spend some time to skeptically analyze this situation scientifically, which means unbiased and objectively, I can guarantee you that you'll be astonished that not only were you people completely incorrect about, well, approximately everything in your entire life, but you owe me and many other people an apology, because the stupid, idiotic morons in this conversation are the ones who believe they live stuck to the side of a spinning sphere flying through space as a result of a cosmic explosion 13.5 billion years ago. Just saying.
That's not science, bro, and you did that. So yeah.
I wish I could touch my nose.
So I guess the sun's 93 million miles away, and you can prove that, huh?
No more.
I don't know, but you can't.
I'm telling you that you can't take something and apply it to a model and use it as a proof when you can't even prove the thing you're applying to the model. You can't prove that the sun is not in the position that we see it. Yet you are using that and applying it to your model and saying you're doing good science.
You guys
if that
obviously
alone,
don't.
you can't see that. I don't know what to tell you.
You guys obviously don't understand how light waves propagate and how electromagnetic fields.
Morgile,
but you do.
Morgile, you obviously don't understand.
But
You obviously don't understand. You obviously don't understand that you're working for Freemasons and Jesuits, and you're on their fucking shows on YouTube, and you can't see the fucking reality of shit that you're shilling for free.
Alright, this is a flat map. The sun rotates above it because that's what people on flat earth tell you, right? So, right?
You're talking about nonsense, okay? I've proven it wrong. Multiple people have proven it wrong in different fashions.
We've proven the history.
So give me what's 1 point? What's 1 point?
What do you mean 1 point? I fucking put 5 or 6 points in that fucking video. Watch the video.
No, just name one.
Star trails. How come they fall below the horizon line? Please answer that. And specifically because no bullshit. Because if perspective, listen to me.
So you can use perspective on your side.
Listen to me. Stop. If perspective matters, then all the star trails should converge at the horizon. Am I not right?
No, not only are you not right, you're 100% wrong. You seem to misunderstand the idea of perspective. Now, there are two operations of perspective going on when you're dealing with the ground and with the celestial plane, where the stars are. Now, here on the ground, let's say you're standing 6 feet above the ground. Your horizon is going to be, if you're in a relatively flat area, is going to be about 3.5 mile radius all around you. Now, that's your ground horizon. On the other hand, looking, at the night sky, because that plane is so far removed, the more and more distance stars gain from you laterally, not higher and higher up, but away from you horizontally, parallel with the ground. As those stars get more and more distant, it's a natural operation of perspective for them to appear to get lower and lower towards the horizon. Now, the difference is, though, you can see much, much further than 3.5 miles laterally around you in the astral plane. So what's happening is your ground horizon, which is about 3.5 miles away from you, is obscuring the stars, which are not even near their vanishing point. Now, your argument entails that we can see to infinity on the ground, and we can see to infinity in the night sky. Now, I will concede the point that if the ground was totally invisible and you could see to infinity across the stellar plane, if you could get that angle right, then yeah, yeah, I do believe that the stars should start to appear to get closer and closer together. But in the grand scheme of things, if you're talking about the astral plane, and for all we know, the stars aren't even physical objects. They could be some type of sonic luminescence, for all we know. But you're missing the point. The operation of perspective on the ground limits our ability to see things nearby on the ground. However, the stars being many miles into the air, they still operate with the laws of perspective, but their vanishing point, while on the same datum line as the vanishing point for the ground, is far distant because the stars are far removed from your line of sight. I should quickly mention that this is one of the most basic, fundamental operations or laws of perspective you can possibly imagine. And the fact that you globeheads don't seem to understand that objects that gain distance from you, if they're higher above your head, they will appear to drop as distance is gained, and if they're below your feet, they will raise as distance is gained. And this is the case whether you're standing at sea level near the ocean, or whether you're in a hot air balloon, or on the top of a mountain, or in an airplane, or in a high altitude weather balloon, or even according to the bogus fisheye lens from the International Fake Station, the Limobile from NASA. But the point is the horizon always raises with the observer. So if you were to study, unbiasedly and skeptically study amateur high altitude weather balloon footage that doesn't use a fisheye GoPro lens that distorts all straight lines, you'll actually see that the horizon is always an equidistant circle at eye level all the way around the observer, regardless of altitude. And I should also quickly mention that the sun is always just a few degrees above the horizon in any or 99% of the amateur weather balloon footage you'll ever find. Furthermore, if you can ever find the moon in amateur weather balloon footage, it tends to show up where it shouldn't, but it's also extremely tiny compared to the sun. Furthermore, there have been examples of high altitude weather balloon footage showing the moon when it should be on the other side of the globe. And I recently released a video that possibly shows the sun and the moon in the same sky when they should be on opposite ends of the Earth globe, but that still needs some further scrutiny that I'm in the middle of working on my end. But some interesting stuff going on in this regard, which is another huge disproof of the world having some curvature, which it doesn't. I just think that it is so typical and laughable that you Globbers use your utter ignorance as your primary mode and method of argument, which is ridiculous. I don't think I should have to say this, but willful ignorance is never going to win a debate. If there are physical issues and physical challenges and questions that are raised and issues that cannot be solved or accounted for in the heliocentric model, for example, then you need to answer for those questions, especially considering the heliocentric model is the widely accepted, mainstream model. Now, the fact that I'm able to easily disprove curvature, axial rotation, orbital velocities, etc., etc., essentially, we shouldn't even be having this conversation. You globeheads should be trying to figure out a model that works, but instead, we're arguing ad nauseum things that are totally irrelevant. And that's usually how it goes with you Globbers. But of course, you debunked the flat earth yesterday, so yeah, whatever. So I really think you ought to study the natural laws of perspective a bit and quit making completely ignorant assumptions that we should be able to see all of the stars converging near the horizon, because the horizon on the ground is about 3.5 miles away. The stars near the horizon may be many thousands of miles away, but they're nowhere near their vanishing point because the plane that they rest upon is so far removed from your line of sight. It's a very simple answer, a very simple operation of perspective. However, unfortunately, a lot of you guys are Well, just a bit too indoctrinated or stupid to understand it, I'm sorry to say.
Because if it's a 365 days of pictures, which is why the stars spin in a circle, they should converge at the horizon line and they should be straight lines. But no, the star trails go underneath the horizon line. Why? In a circle. Because it's not fucking flat, dude. And you won't be able to disprove it. You won't be able to come up with any kind of nonsense.
Okay, first of all, the circular pattern displayed by time-lapse footage of the North Pole star Polaris should only be visible from very near the Arctic Circle. If you're standing at the equator, and yes, even south of the equator, when you can indeed get a glimpse and view the North Pole star Polaris, you will get this same circular pattern. Now, I understand your sort of lame-brained argument that you're not seeing the perspective of that circle, or you're not seeing the stars on the periphery of that rotational pattern converging due to perspective. But again, you're failing to understand the difference between the vanishing point on the ground and the vanishing point in the astral plane. Now, again, we're not even 100% sure that the astral plane or the celestial bodies reside in an area that is anything physical, or that these things are physical bodies. We don't know that for sure. It's conjecture one way or the other. But for you to say that the Earth is a spinning globe because of star trails is ridiculous. There's still no curvature, and there's still no proof for spinning. In other words, you're still using the very same observation that spawned the hypothesis of heliocentrism in the first place. The stars overhead appear to be spinning, therefore, we must be spinning. That's essentially the crux of your argument, and you think you have this thing figured out somehow, but essentially you're really at step one, square one, of people who knew the Earth was flat, hypothesizing about what if the Earth was a spinning globe like the wandering stars appear to be. But, the fact that you've just now stumbled on the stars appearing to spin as proof of the world being a spinning globe is laughable. It shows either your level of intelligence or your level of research into this topic, which are both extremely lacking at best. I hate to say, I've been studying this topic in depth for 9 or 10 months now, and I can assure you there's very much to this. The reason that I realize that you are either being disingenuous, stupid, willfully ignorant, or just simply going to argue for the sake of argument because you're never going to let go of your belief system. One of the above is the case. It's irrelevant, and it's really sort of a waste of time to have so-called debates with gangs such as yourself, because no matter what happens, you could literally live on a stationary plane your entire life, and the person that calls it a stationary plane you're going to attack. That's how bizarre and confounded you people actually are. And I hate to break it to you, but what I've just told you is the truth. You've actually lived on a stationary plane your entire life, and you indeed attack people who call it a stationary plane. Wow.
Because you're going to have to use the same type of BS you use today. Well, light isn't exactly where we see it. It kind of bends, which is why the stars go underneath the horizon line.
No,
Like, come on, dude.
Underneath.
Don't worry about it. I just wrote your next episode, kid.
No, you didn't write my next episode. You made a total fool of yourself by misrepresenting my point and completely failing to see the actual point. Stars disappear beneath the horizon, apparently to the observer on the ground, due to the laws of perspective. The argument involving light bending has to do with observations of the sun. We all know that you can see the sun at high noon across a meridian line that stretches out many thousands of miles, say the southern tip of South America all the way up to the northern tip of Canada, along approximately the same meridian line. They all see the sun more or less in the sky at noon, in roughly the same meridional position. Now, this is very daunting, and it is sort of hard to understand. But since we do know the Earth isn't spinning and it's not a globe, there must be some sort of rational explanation for this phenomenon. And one thing that I've sort of been theorizing, and this is indeed a theory, but it's backed by a great deal of evidence, is again that the light waves or the electromagnetic waves emanating from the sun are passing more easily through the meridianally oriented ionized plasma tubes that are found in the lower magnetosphere. Furthermore, the natural magnetic flux lines generated by the Earth also run meridianally, and since light really is just an electromagnetic phenomenon, I don't find it that hard to believe that light waves would propagate or travel more easily across natural conduits for electromagnetic fields. This is pretty simple theory, and it makes a lot of sense in a flat Earth model. Since you guys don't want me disproving this, heliocentric model because, quote, it doesn't matter whether the Earth is a globe, according to you.
Don't fucking just be serious here.
That's fine. I'll do it. I'll do it, and I'll have fun.
I know you will. I know you will. That's why I just gave it to you. I'm giving it to you. You can use that. That's fair use. Title 17.
Can you prove that the sun is not in the same spot that we see it in? Can you prove it? Or not just cherry pick some one person's research and say that there's this and that and it filters through that. Can you prove that that's true? If you can't, then you can't use that to describe your model. And if you do, you're not doing good science, bro. And
what I was saying is that it's possible, what I'm saying is the sun is not necessarily traveling circuits around the top of the Earth. It could be something a little bit more exotic. I'm not going to try to explain it, but it does have to do with light waves propagating through different layers of electromagnetic fields, ionized plasma tubes that exist in the lower magnetosphere, and we as little tiny observers here on the ground are poor observers because all of our frame of reference is based on what we can see in the sky. Okay?
Morgile, will you please explain to me the definition of propagate? You've said it a few times tonight, and I want to know if you know the answer, because I know the answer.
I would imagine that's because you've spent the last hour and a half looking it up, but I'll go ahead and give you the dictionary definition of propagate. One definition would be to cause to extend to a broader area or larger number, to spread, to make widely known or publicize, or in physics, to cause a wave, for example, to move in some direction through a medium, to transmit. So I'll go ahead and use that definition, the physics definition. This is on thefreedictionary.com/propagate. Definition 6, physics, to cause a wave, for example, to move in some direction or through a medium, to transmit.
Sure, propagate, it just basically means like any sort of wave has to have a medium to propagate through. It's like if you're in a bathtub and you put a splash in it, then that wave propagates through the medium of the water. It's the medium which waves use to travel, yeah.
No.
Wow.
What it comes to is the peak in the valley of a wave. Now, the issue with propagation is the higher the frequency, the quicker the peak in the valley will reach the individual. So a higher frequency, i.e. like UHF, ultra hertz frequency, it propagates faster. The peak in the valley happens faster. I'm sure you've seen plenty of sine waves. So low frequencies like bass in stereo speakers, it takes longer to propagate, which is why if you listen to music...
Just so you know, I did go to college as a music major, and I did take some courses in sound engineering and digital audio technology, so I know a little bit about audio, and I also know just a little bit about physics as well. Now, I gave you the definition of propagate, and I even explained, what propagation is, and then you go on to describe one sort of example of propagation and call me stupid. Now, in reality, your answer was wrong. What you said is not the definition of propagation. You're talking about waveforms. You're talking about different frequencies of waveforms propagating differently. But that isn't what propagation is. Propagation is just merely waves spreading through different media. That's it. That's what propagate means. God.
The further away you stand from the speaker, the more bass you hear, because the bass doesn't exist the closer to the speaker you are, because it takes longer for the wave to propagate. Okay, so I don't think you know what you're talking about when you say
Depending on the
propagate.
medium, but what if it was underwater? It would propagate differently.
The medium, oh my lord.
Okay, son, I'm going to give you a little lesson in physics, and I'm just going to read this directly from the website listed there, Physics Classroom. Prepare to take notes. This is regarding the propagation of electromagnetic waves. Electromagnetic waves are waves which can travel, theoretically, I would add, through the vacuum of outer space, which is also theoretical. Mechanical waves, unlike electromagnetic waves, require the presence of a material medium in order to transport their energy from one location to another. Sound waves are example of mechanical waves, while light waves are examples of electromagnetic waves. Electromagnetic waves are created by the vibration of an electric charge. This vibration creates a wave which has both an electric and magnetic component. An electromagnetic wave transports its energy through a vacuum at a speed of 3 times 10 to the 8th meters per second, a speed value commonly represented by the symbol c for the speed of light. That would be the c in the theoretical equation E equals mc squared. The propagation of an electromagnetic wave through a material medium occurs at a net speed which is less than 3 times 10 to the 8 meters per second. This is depicted in the animation here. The mechanism of energy transport through a medium involves the absorption and re-emission of the wave by energy of the atoms and material. By the atoms of the material. When an electromagnetic wave impinges upon the atoms of a material, the energy of the wave is absorbed. That absorption of energy causes the electrons within the atoms to undergo vibrations. After a short period of vibrational motion, the vibrating electrons create new electromagnetic waves with the same frequency as the first electromagnetic wave. While these vibrations only occur for a very short time, they indeed delay the motion of the wave through the medium. Once the energy of the electromagnetic wave is remitted by an atom, it travels through a small region of space between atoms, and again, all of these atoms are just theoretical as well, but once it reaches the next atom, the electromagnetic wave is absorbed, transformed into electron vibrations, and then re-emitted as an electromagnetic wave. While the electromagnetic wave will travel at a speed of light, which is 3 times 10 to the 8th meters per second, through the vacuum of theoretical interatomic space, the absorption and re-emission process causes the net speed of the electromagnetic wave to be less than c. This is observed in the animation below. If the actual speed of an electromagnetic wave through material medium is dependent upon the optical density of that medium, different materials cause a different amount of delay due to the absorption and re-emission process. Furthermore, different materials have their atoms more closely packed, and thus the amount of distance between atoms is less, theoretically. These two factors are dependent upon the nature of the material through which the electromagnetic wave is traveling. As a result, the speed of an electromagnetic wave is dependent upon the material through which it is traveling, and you could call that material the medium.
If it was underwater, it would propagate differently.
The medium, oh my lord. All water does is make waves travel further. It takes the same amount of time to propagate, okay? Like, dude, I'm an audio engineer, like, by trade. I've been doing this for 10 years. Propagation. If you put your stereo on and turn your bass up and you stand in the corner of your room, as long as there's nothing in the corner, like a couch or a bass trap or something like that, all your bass will exist in the corners of your room.
There's apparently a misunderstanding here because I don't know if you know this, but the sun generates invisible light waves, which are electromagnetic waves that have not diffused into the visible spectrum. You're talking about sound waves. So are you trying to say that the sun is a big bass boomer in the sky? You're talking about apples and oranges here. Light waves are visible electromagnetic waves. Sound waves, I also believe, are obviously they're a wave frequency, and they may somehow be related to electromagnetism, but they are considered by modern conventional physics, which is what you must stick to in order to be a Globber. They're considered mechanical waves, not electromagnetic waves, by the way. So, in other words, your entire little diatribe about how smart you are in terms of bass was totally irrelevant.
Because it takes longer for the bass frequencies to propagate to the edges of your ears. Okay? The closer you get to a speaker, the more high frequency. Why? Because it's sooner to propagate. The ultra high frequencies move faster than the lower frequencies, which is why you hear AM band radios travel further. And how do you hear them travel further? When it's cold and the wind blows south and you can hear frequencies on AM bands from Chicago. That happens often only in the winter.
Therefore, the Earth is a globe, right?
Because wind pushes radio frequencies because it helps them propagate further. Okay, so you need to look that up. You got to do it, dude, because you've used it a few times tonight, and I don't think you know what it... and I'm not trying to fucking be a dick or whatever, but, dude, you got to do it, because you've said it like 6 or 7 times tonight, dude. And it's not what you think it is.
You are the most ridiculous moron I've ever encountered. I've used the word propagate several times in the correct context, fully understanding what it means. Do you think I would go around telling you we have a plethora of gravity if I did not know what a plethora is, El Guapo? Yes, I know what propagate is. I understand that waves propagate differently through different media. Waves can include everything from physical waves like splashing your hand through the water, or mechanical waves such as another mechanical wave, or sound waves, electromagnetic waves such as light waves, radio waves, microwaves. There's lots of different sorts of waves that propagate through different media, and the fact that you are insinuating that I don't know what propagate means, and you're giving just your anecdotal understanding of how sound waves propagate as the definition of propagation, shows that you are just, you specialize in something, which is audio, setting up people's speakers, and you think that that applies to all of science. You're absolutely 100% wrong, and you owe me an apology. The person who doesn't understand what propagate means in a sense of electromagnetic waves traveling from the sun to your eye would be you. I've been trying to explain this to you the whole time, and you're sitting there thinking that I don't even know what propagate means because you really don't know what propagate means.
And I'm sorry if I fucking sound like a dick.
Light waves propagate differently through different medium, period.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
So you can't admit that you're wrong. Like you can't answer a question.
I've already answered it.
Morgile, man, this
No. You just proved my bug. I just asked you a question. You said I already answered it. That wasn't even the question.
What was the question?
Okay, you're not listening. Obviously, it's getting late. So anyway.
Well, no, you broke up a little bit.
Cue the music.
Yeah, I'm just, I'm gonna be real glad that you just watched that series, bro, so that you can.
I suppose the question was, can I prove this or that about the sun? And the answer is no. Nobody can prove anything about the sun. We can make very, clever measurements in terms of the angles of the shadows cast by the sun, but good old Eratosthenes assumed the Earth to be a sphere in order to prove the Earth is a sphere. Now, I'm not going to say that the sun is 3,000 miles away or 60 miles away. It's certainly not 93 million miles away, but I'm not going to fill in the gaps of things that I'm not sure of with conjecture. Now, I will theorize, and I'll give you my possible explanations for, observations of science. Especially, I think that the question was involved with the sun being visible for thousands of miles along the same meridian lines. But as you can see here, these ionized plasma tubes that were discovered and imaged last year in 2015 by Cleo Loy at the University of Sydney in Australia in conjunction with Castro, it makes a lot of sense to me that light waves, which are electromagnetic waves, could indeed propagate much further, or these meridianally aligned ionized plasma tubes and electromagnetic fields would indeed provide a medium conducive to further propagation of the electromagnetic wave. The fact that you people don't understand this, and the fact that you refuse to listen to me and then claim that I don't answer your questions, or you don't understand the subject matter, and so therefore you claim that I failed to answer your questions, it doesn't prove anything other than the fact that you people are impossible to have an intelligent conversation with because your levels of intelligence are obviously lacking at best. And I mean this in the best of ways. It's not your fault. You're not stupid. You've been dumbed down. You've been programmed your entire life to believe in an absurd lie. And while we live on a stationary plane our entire life, and I've proved it, you expect me to prove that don't live on a spinning globe without proving that we don't live on a spinning globe, and you take your total ignorance of science and apply that to everything to form your paradigm, which is ridiculous.
Maybe see what's going on, all right? And maybe just hit up my videos. I don't make money off views or anything like that. If you want to listen to the Mark Sargent interview that Lori girl was talking about, that I did with him, then you should, because we all know that he's full of trash and shit, all right? And you're like Mark Sargent 3.0 because you sound...
How dare you, sir? I'm nothing like Mark Sargent. First of all, I don't have any websites, let alone a website called enclosedworld.com. I have never said that there's a dome in the sky. Nor have I said conclusively that the world is an infinite plane. I have stated that it could be either or anything in between. So it could be an enclosed system, or it could be an infinite plane, or anything in between. One thing that I will tell you with 100% certainty, and you can even take the $5,000 NASA challenge if you're so sure of yourself, is I am sure that the Earth is not a spinning globe, and I'll take that with me to the bank. Well, not really. There's no money involved in this at all. But no, I refuse to watch any of your videos. I refuse to watch your interview with Mark Sargent for a couple of reasons. You buffoons claim to have watched my work, and it's painfully obvious that you haven't. And if you have, then you have failed to refute or even question any of the many, many proofs that I've outlined, documented in great detail, that conclusively show that the world is not only stationary, but it also lacks all curvature, sphericity. That's all bull. The Earth is indeed a stationary plane, and unfortunately for you guys, you can't see it. You can't see the truth. You've been brainwashed. It's sad, but I don't really feel sorry for you. The three of you are so pompous and ignorant and willfully stupid that I don't care what you believe. I'm aware, and I know for sure, that the Earth isn't a spinning globe, regardless of what your teachers taught you when you were toddlers. You can keep believing the lie, that's fine, but don't lump me in with Mark Sargent, and don't call me a liar. This is the truth.
Mark Sargent 3.0 because you sound smarter than him, but it's actually just a bunch of garbage because you can't prove any of it, and none of it makes sense.
Yeah, not if you don't let me speak. Of course not.
No. What you
heliocentrism
was trash, dude. Literally, you're just trying to fill in the blanks for your model because of your confirmation bias. So
look,
man.
He knows that.
And that was the point where they ended the debate. They forfeited the debate. Therefore, I won by default, even though I could barely get a word in edgewise. They're claiming that they've debunked the flat Earth and they have proof for a globe, and yet will never talk about any of it. I can show you tons of physical evidence, video evidence, pictorial evidence, physical experiments, theoretical experiments, anything. There's literally a world full of verifiable, demonstrable proof that we couldn't possibly live on a spinning sphere. You're calling me disingenuous because you don't believe the truth. You've been so deluded in this absurd lie that you actually believe the most ridiculous, preposterous theorem, which involves you being stuck to the side of a sphere spinning over 1,000 miles an hour near the equator, whilst simultaneously dropping vertically along that curve at over 130 miles an hour near the equator, which would be like the second fastest roller coaster in the world, just in terms of that vertical droppage. No roller coasters go anywhere near 1,000 miles an hour, so of course the Earth should be the most exciting roller coaster ride ever. Just merely standing still. It should be one wild ride. The Earth should be racing up towards your feet at 66,600 miles an hour in the morning and racing away from your feet at 66,600 miles an hour in the evening. And yet, there's no change in your inertia. There's no phase in that inertia. You people need to open your eyes. You people need to use the scientific method. You need to use skeptical discernment, and you need to test hypotheses using actual experiments. Your ignorance is proof of nothing. Your limited understanding of science and your limited understanding of waveforms and electromagnetism is typical. And the fact that you claim to have debunked the flat Earth yesterday doesn't prove anything. I have literally hundreds of videos. I don't have to make claims. I have videos that people can watch if they like to. I'm not going to tell you to. If you want to, you can. But I've got plenty of videos that demonstrate conclusively that every last one of you silly Riris are wrong. And unfortunately, I hate to be rude about this, but you guys are the worst hosts ever. I would never do a show with you again. Maybe if you all apologize sincerely. Hopefully the day will come that you will actually look at this evidence, under a fair light, give it a fair shake. But I'm pretty sure that's not going to happen because I do believe that you guys are shills. You're trying to discredit me by saying that I don't understand what propagate means, even though I used it several times under the correct context with full understanding of what it means. So that's just one example of how you try to take false arguments to discredit my character, but that doesn't work. You see, the science speaks for itself. The data speaks for itself, and I challenge you to go ahead and check out the Facebook page, $5,000 NASA Eclipse Challenge. Not only can you prove this thing once and for all, but you can actually get yourself a little bit of pocket change. Maybe you can pay your mom back for some of the years that she's kept your lazy ass up. I wanted to take a quick moment to apologize to my fans and subscribers for the vulgarity of this content. I really was going to go back through and beep out all of the cuss words, but frankly, I just don't have time. This video has taken way too long already, and so I'm just going to leave it as is. I will put a warning in the title that it does contain, explicit content. Again, I do apologize for that. I've been trying to curb that sort of language on my videos, but hanging around those three gentlemen, sort of would bring out the worst in any flat earther, I guess you could say. So I do apologize for that. And I am going to shamelessly plug my show Saturdays at 3, Static Plain Truth. I will also probably be doing the show on Wednesdays as well. So it'll be Saturdays at 3, and I haven't determined a time yet for the Wednesday shows, so that's coming up soon. That is on my secondary channel, TheMorgile 2. Don't forget to subscribe to both that, TheMorgile 2, and my tertiary channel, which is Jonathan Christopoulos, which is probably where you're watching this video now. So at any rate, for those of you who would like to contribute to my efforts, if you think that my videos make a difference and you want to see me continue making videos, you can indeed support this channel via PayPal to johnelance@gmail. That's JONELance@gmail. I also have fan funding set up for YouTube, so you can do it that way if you don't like to use PayPal. And of course, this is not obligatory. This is for people that want to help. Every little bit helps, and it's greatly appreciated. Thank you guys so much for sticking through to the end. As always, spread the word, spread the world, and peace out.
higher.